Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Today we continue our book study on the Cosmic Doctrine. The Cosmic Doctrine, written by Dion Fortune, or should I say channeled by Miss Dion Fortune. We're going to get into this thing right here. We're going to continue where we left off, which was Chapter 9. Chapter 9. So, peace and greetings to all my favorite people in the universe. Welcome, welcome. Always glad to have you here. We're going to get into some excellent, high-quality, metaphysical information. So make sure you got your notes ready, your text ready, and a mind ready to digest, process, and unlock this information. All right. Peace and greetings. Louis in the building. Peace, peace. Rose of Flame. Peace and greetings. Welcome, welcome. Glass Moon 219. Peace, peace. Raid 636. Welcome, my friend. Micah. Peace and greetings. Welcome aboard. Michael Thomas. Peace, peace. Hopefully you've got some new insights from last time. Sunshine Chick. Always great to see you. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Fat Tony, my guy, peace, peace, peace. Emperor Rex, peace, peace. Let's do it. Cthulhu 1979. Welcome. So, let's talk about this Cosmic Doctrine. I'm going to do just a quick recap on what we went through previously. So, chapters 1 through 8, from motion to mind. Now remember, she opened up this text with this quote: "These images are designed to train the mind, not inform it." And that means everything, right? That means everything. Because this is not a book where we're memorizing lines of text. This is a book that is training us to perceive and think in spirals, to think in rings, to think in motion of the universe, because that's the only way to really grasp this information. Now, I don't know about you, but I have found it very helpful for my understanding to visualize the process, as I go to sleep and when I wake up. Since I'm not thinking about anything else, I allow the swirling, spinning motion, right? I gradually allow the ring cosmos to form. Then I try to visualize the ring chaos, right? The ring past night. I visualize the 7 planes, the 12 rays. I visualize the traveling atoms. I see the whole process, and I watch it and I observe, and I see what I can learn simply from thinking in motion. And I found that to be quite helpful, especially when you think about what science tells us about the universe and how it was created. I'll give you an example of one of the things that occurred to me. You ever find it interesting how they talk about we come from a big bang, right? Supposedly there was this great explosion and everything went everywhere, right? And you can take a telescope, look out into space, and in every direction you look, you're going to find the beginning, right? Now, I'm no Neil deGrasse Tyson. I don't know about the technical terms, but I can make a point. When you look in your telescope and you look out there, no matter what direction you look, you're looking towards the beginning, because supposedly a big bang happened and threw everything into motion. So if no matter what direction we look, 360 degrees or 720, no matter what direction we look, we're going to see the beginning. Not only that, no matter what direction we look, we're going to see the past, because they tell us that the light from these stars have taken billions of years to reach us. So the things that we think we're looking at don't even exist anymore, at least not in the state that we're looking at them. So the beginning is in every direction, and the past is in every direction. So when I take that and I think about what is said in this book here, the Cosmic Doctrine, if any direction I look in, is the beginning, then that would tell me that the Big Bang was actually an implosion and not an explosion. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. If every direction that I look in is the beginning, right, and this came from this bang, wouldn't that mean that it was an implosion moving inward? And if every direction that I look in is the past, or should I say, what we're seeing has already occurred, wouldn't that make us the past and the outside the future? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I could let that bake in the oven a little bit longer, but some things to consider. So, Cosmic Doctrine, full recap, chapters 1 through 8, from motion to mind. The purpose of the teaching. This is not astronomy, and this is also not theology. It's psychic geometry, right? So this is really not about space. This is about consciousness. But you know that already. You know that already. Psychic geometry, maps of consciousness crafted to reshape perception itself. Each chapter builds a lens through which the mind can perceive the invisible architecture of reality. So these symbols and these concepts, they work beneath rational thought, which is very key because we're talking about the fundamental movements of consciousness. Consciousness, believe it or not, is not you being able to think about stuff. Consciousness is not your logical mind. That's a tiny fragment, tiny portion of what consciousness is. I know a lot of us, when we hear consciousness, we think about our rational thinking mind. But in truth, that rational thinking mind is the same thing as like a leaf. A leaf that comes out of a branch, that comes out of a bigger branch, that comes out of a bigger branch, that comes out of a tree, that comes out of the earth. Right? So your conscious mind is like a leaf on a tree. Whereas consciousness is like the very earth that the tree sprouts out of. So what we're talking about right here with these swirlings and these spinnings and these repeating patterns up and down throughout existence, this is the movement of consciousness through matter, right? We are able to look at matter and the patterns that matter displays, and we can say, okay, this is the behavior of consciousness, and we can follow it. Why? Why do that? Why waste our time? Why follow consciousness when we could be watching the ball game, the sports ball game? Or when we could be watching the baddies fight each other on live TV? Well, it's because consciousness is the only thing that is real. Everything else is an illusion. Everything else is a fart in the wind. Everything else is a fart in the wind. The only thing that really does exist is consciousness. So to follow the patterns of consciousness is to follow reality. These symbols and concepts work beneath rational thought. They train the intuitive faculties to recognize the patterns that govern existence. We're learning the language of forces before they crystallize into form. Or you could watch the sports ball game. So, chapter 1, first manifestation. We learned about the ring cosmos, ring chaos, ring past not, the main characters of this story. Everything begins as motion within space. Everything begins as motion within space. Don't forget it. As Rose of Flame says, motion, motion, motion. The ring cosmos, you remember, is the force of order, structure, cohesion. It draws inward. It establishes boundaries. It creates stability and law. This is your good guy force. This is your good guy, your hero. Then we got the ring chaos. This is your villain. The ring chaos, the force of dissolution, the force of expansion and freedom. It pushes outward. It breaks patterns. It enables transformation and growth. Now, if we were in the elementary school of humanity, if we were in the basic NPC classroom, we would stop there. We would stop at good versus evil. But we're not there. So we introduce that third factor of existence. In this particular story, it's represented as the ring past not. The ring past not is born from the interaction of the ring cosmos and the ring chaos. It is the limit of awareness. It's the boundary of manifestation. It is the threshold between being and non-being. Now, as an occultist, as you are, you learn to recognize patterns that cross-translate across different subjects and topics. You're able to see that every story has the same characters wearing different clothes. And in this particular case, we're looking at Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. We're looking at active, passive, and harmonious. We're looking at Brahma, Shiva, Vishnu. We're looking at positive, negative, neutral. And the only thing that makes one good or evil or neutral really is you and your perspective. You and your perspective. And in the future, when you're reaching the level of assessing whether or not you actually exist, it's very helpful to try to think of things without injecting yourself into the story, right? It's by default we have this compulsion to inject ourselves into the story. In order to tell a story, to make anything make sense, we put ourselves into it. And that is a problem because that solidifies the ego, that reinforces this false creature. It reinforces this existence of a false creature. You'll see this often on social media when people are upset about things, when they're complaining about things. They're usually complaining because they've injected themselves into that situation and they're expressing how things doesn't sit right with them. And that is to think as a human, but to think cosmically. You remove yourself from the equation and you see things as they are without yourself, without you there. And it makes it a whole lot easier to see reality. But when you inject yourself into the equation, it becomes a whole lot easier to see illusion. Don't inject yourself. So when we remove ourselves from this equation, what we're able to see is the ring cosmos is only good because, well, it was first, and because it is pulling things inward towards creation. So because of that, we call it good. It's pulling inwards towards tangible creation. So we call it good. You could easily say that this was evil because what's it pulling from? What is the state that was disturbed before creation began, right? So we're not talking about terms of good, because look, good and evil as humans know it cannot exist without you. If you weren't there, there would be no evil, right? You can't say that Hitler is evil if you're not in the story. You can't say that Osama bin Laden or whatever person is evil if you're not in the story. You can only say that from your perspective. So when you take yourself out of the story, you see things without that added influence. Okay, so anyways, ring cosmos is good because it creates. Ring chaos is bad because it dissolves. The ring pass not is the limit of this interaction, of this expression. When it comes to the elements, we know the ring pass not as the Akash element. We could say that the ring cosmos would be fire and air. We could say the ring chaos would be earth and water. The patterns replicate all across existence. Now, chapter 2, the building of the atom. In this chapter, we got into the motion of circles upon themselves. And this created vortexes, central spaces of density and gravity. The same motions of these original 3 rings created smaller independent children, so to speak. Motion began to loop back upon itself and created friction. Now this friction creates the first sensations, light and sound and energy, and we're getting so much closer to things that we can recognize with our human minds. But we're not quite there yet. Not quite there yet. The key thing that we learned is that these vortexes, these atoms, they learn through rhythm. They learn through repetition. Rhythm and repetition, guess what? Becomes memory, because that's all memory is. That's all memory is. Rhythm, repetition. And this repetition became etched into the fabric of space. And essentially what we have is the fact that form is motion, remembering its path. That's it. Form is nothing but motion that has referenced its memory. Memory. Chapter 3, we talked about the evolution of the atom from atomic isolation, being an individual vortex spinning in solitude, maintaining a rhythm. Then we went to first contact. This is when the atoms began to interact with each other through attraction and repulsion. And one of the things that I've taught is that when you start dealing with the astral plane and beyond, once you separate from this physical body and you start expanding, what you'll see that is the only two motions are expansion and attraction. These are the primary primal motions of consciousness. And eventually this evolved into instinctive will. And that will was born through repetition. Remember, through memory, through repetition. GP, are you with me? So each collision, each dance between forces builds a library of experience. These atoms develop tendencies, patterns, or what we could say primitive memory. This is the birth of instinct. This is the birth of will. So everything that you have about yourself that you consider independent and unique and special will understand we don't create anything. What we do is we assemble what already exists. So all of your patterns and all of the forms of expression that you choose have already existed before you did. Remember, to purchase the clothes that you wear, they had to be made already. To dress in the style that you dress, it had to exist already. To work the job that you work, to have the skill and the talent that you do, a field had to exist already for you to express yourself in the way that you do. So we don't create anything. We just reassemble what already exists. Now, that might not sound so bad at first. I can easily see people having trouble with that, and I've heard people have trouble with that, but the universe was already set in motion from chapter 1, the first spinning of the ring cosmos, and everything else has really just been a pattern of that, a repeated pattern of that. So don't cling. Here's why that's important. Don't be so attached, right? Because that's the biggest sin of consciousness. That's what sin is, being attached to matter, identifying with matter, believing that this is you. It's not you. It was already here, and it will be here after you leave. Check. Check. So chapter 4, we talked about the genesis of a solar system. Groups of atoms organized into vast coordinated systems. Individual rhythms harmonized into collective patterns. From chaos, law emerges, not imposed from above, but arising naturally from cooperation and repeated interaction. So we talked about atomic association, which was these atoms clustering according to resonant frequencies. Remember, they would circle out to the edge of existence and come back to the center, and then they would come back out and rest where they resonated with. We talked about systemic organization. This is when the larger patterns began to emerge as groups coordinated their movement together. So if you went through the text, then you understand what I'm talking about here. This is important because we are tracking the formulation of existence from the beginning to where we are now. From the beginning to where we are now. This is key because, well, for many reasons, but one of the major points that I'm grasping from this, me personally, is it helps me to remember who I am before human. Before human. It helps me to see that there is an unbroken chain of existence from the beginning to now. There's an unbroken chain of existence of consciousness before I became aware of walking around in a two-legged animal, in a beast. Now, you might believe that your origin story is a two-legged beast wearing a t-shirt, and you can have that, and I hope that you make the best of it. But it is my understanding that what I am existed far before there was even an imprinted pattern for a two-legged beast. This book helps me remember that because I can track the memory, I can track the pattern of consciousness from the beginning to now. So personally, I think that's a big key that I take away from this book, that I am primordial, that I have existed before the flesh. I've existed before the earth. I existed before the sun. I existed before this galaxy. I am. Okay? I am. Now, there's a difference from just saying that because you heard somebody on YouTube say it versus having a realization of that. And it's my hope that from these discussions, from this study of this text and other things, it's my hope that you begin to understand this as well. Because you can't do anything with my understanding other than maybe be entertained by it. But it's my hope that through contemplating these concepts, you can find your origin beyond human. Find your origin beyond human. Because guess what? That wipes away depression. That wipes away anxiety. That wipes away fear and doubt. And is Jesus real? Am I going to go to heaven when I die or hell? How am I going to pay the rent? It's going to wipe away all these different things because your platform for constructing reality is bigger than these 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years that you've been alive. The platform from which you draw your data from, your data set is going to be bigger than this tiny slice of existence that you've been walking around. So you'll be able to tap into something bigger than yourself. You already do, you just don't realize it. But like I said, this book helps me to see that. Chapter 5, we talked about the formation of worlds. Look at that pretty picture. Thought crystallizes into substance. What begins as pure motion becomes increasingly dense, forming the spheres we call worlds. Each sphere represents a distinct plane of experience for consciousness to explore and master. There's levels to this, right? The great entity, the vast cosmic intelligence, practices creation through form. Every world is an experiment in manifestation, a laboratory for consciousness to learn the relationship between thought and matter. That's what we're doing. We're experimenting. We're playing around. It's not that serious, right? Life is not serious. It's a game. It's an experience. It's an experiment. No need to get caught up, right? And remember, at any given time, there's a lot of ideologies floating around. Everyone has a stupid ass opinion. Everyone has a belief. Everyone has a concern. You don't have to accept other people's beliefs and concerns and stupid ass opinions. You don't have to. Just remember that the next time someone tries to wrangle you up into their beliefs, ultimately let experience be your decision maker. Your experience, not of what he said, she said, but your experience of what you've observed through patterns. I believe pattern is the greatest teacher. Pattern is the guru. If you can learn from the pattern, or should I say the motion of consciousness through matter, if you can learn and observe these patterns, you can figure out everything you need to know. Truly. Books help. Teachers help, right? Your Travis Magus, your Bobby Hemmett, your teachers help, your books help, but ultimately utilize, like what Louis said, utilize that pattern recognition system, because that's going to be your greatest teacher. It cannot lie to you, right? It doesn't have to lie. What's that quote about Jay-Z that Jay-Z says? patterns don't lie, the numbers don't lie. People do. But ultimately, these formation of worlds here, right? The great entity, the vast cosmic intelligence, practices creation through form. It practices playing with these patterns. Every world is an experiment in manifestation. Chapter 6, we talked about the beginnings of evolution. This dealt with polarity, rhythm, habit. All of this goes back to memory, doesn't it? By the way, if you don't know already, all these slides here you can download, right? That's one of the things that we're doing with this book study. You can download these slides for your future examination and, just to kind of rekindle memory when you think about this content. Like I said, it's my hope that you're able to see yourself through this work. That's what it's all about. So make sure you grab the download link, get these slides, process them on your own. Chapter 7, we talked about the evolution of a great entity. Countless atomic lives merge into a single awareness, the great entity. Like drops of water joining to form an ocean, individual consciousnesses unite while retaining their unique patterns and memories. Isn't that cool, right? Isn't that cool? So at the bottom of this pyramid, you can see the atomic consciousness. Moving up, you can see the individual awareness. Now let's stop right there. Atomic consciousness. So you're thinking about the atoms. You're thinking about the building blocks of your existence, these little bitty pieces of yourself. Each one of your atoms has a memory. They have a consciousness. Each one of your atoms are following a pattern, a memory. The same way that your liver follows liver patterns. Your lungs are following lung patterns. Every slice of your being has consciousness. It has memory. Now, when you put all these different things together, what happens is that a new form of awareness unlocks. Now we have the individual. You are able to be conscious and aware because the patterns and the material that creates your body has unlocked a level of capacity that can hold an ounce of consciousness that you call your awareness. And likewise, when a lot of individual aware people come together, a harmonized will is revealed, not formed because it existed already. It's revealed. So in other words, all of us here right now focused on the Cosmic Doctrine, everyone in the chat sharing their thoughts, all of our minds are focused on a single point right now. There's a harmonized will at play. It didn't start when I pressed live. It didn't start when you heard of Dion Fortune. It's been going all along. But like I said, it's revealed when we come together and begin to express these things. So there is a magic in groups. And the magic that happens is that harmonized will is revealed. Even when you have a bunch of people who are affiliated with a particular political party and say they want to complain or rant or focus on an enemy or whatever, a harmonized will is still revealed because all those people are on the same accord. If everyone is a part of a terrorist group, a harmonized will is expressed through that group. If a bunch of Christians are in church praising the Lord, a harmonized will is expressed. It's revealed. It was already there, but these human beings came together and revealed this harmonized will. So let's expand. When you zoom out, and remember, like I said, you got to move yourself out of the way. You don't exist for all intents and purposes. If you move your opinion out of the way, we get to level 2, higher intelligence, because you can see that all of the harmonized wills work together for a greater plan. So the terrorists over here, the Christian church over here, the occultists on YouTube talking about Cosmic Doctrine, every group, every movement, it all weaves together like a great tapestry, and you can see the higher intelligence at play. And guess what? You can continue to expand and see that there is actually a group soul of human consciousness. All of humanity stems from a singular entity. And that entity can be revealed if you're able to zoom out wide enough and see it, if you're able to expand your perception enough to see it. Now, of course, most people don't go past level 4. Those who do get to level 3 and understand it, well, they have no choice but to kind of move the pieces and consciously orchestrate harmonized will. But extremely few people go past that, because there isn't much reason for the average person to go past that. There isn't much reason for the average person to go past level 4, to be honest. Just like there's no reason for your brain or your heart or your lungs to have individual awareness. There's no real reason for that. You get what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? Natural Mystic says seriousness is necessary to a certain extent, with proper balance, meaning we would all be unaliving each other, being ruthless and careless by thinking it's just a game. No, no. You might be ruthlessly unaliving everybody by thinking it's just a game. That's not what I would choose to do. If the information is revealed to you that this is just a game, I think if your first reaction is to go killing people, that's pointing to a bigger issue with you specifically. Now, to take the attention off you, I know that there are a lot of people who are fragile and unstable enough to where that is a reality, but that is part of the game. Just like when you play any game, there's going to be factors that work in your benefit and factors that work to your detriment. But I don't think that the reality is not serious is inherently dangerous. Once again, you got to remove yourself. It's the individual, it's the human that is the dangerous thing. The human is dangerous, not reality itself. Reality is perfect. Reality is perfect. Will Capru, peace and greetings, my brother. Peace and greetings. Peace, peace. Listen, we got a collab to do very soon. We got a collab to do very soon. Good to see you. Peace, peace to everybody joining. We're just doing a recap on the first couple of chapters, and we're about to dig right into this as soon as possible. Now, how do I get that screen back? There we go. So, chapter 8, we talked about the beginnings of mind. Each lesser being repeats the same evolutionary process as its parent, a fractal pattern of consciousness emerging from matter, learning from form. The universe teaches through resistance. I said the universe teaches through resistance. It's a natural thing. Natural thing. Every obstacle is an opportunity for growth. Every obstacle. Good and evil are revealed as opposites within the same lesson. So one is not better than the other. It's not God versus the devil. Like I said, that's the elementary school version. When you graduate out of elementary school, you see that life it's not good guys versus bad guys. That is easy to sell. It's easy to sell good guys versus bad guys. You'll pay for that. You'll go to the movies and pay for a movie to see good guys versus bad guys. But to learn that that is not the truth of things, it makes it difficult to decide what to do next. Because if you notice, as humans default to their original patterns, people need an enemy. We need something to blame, right? We need a villain. We need a boogeyman, because that keeps us on our toes at best. And at worst, it gives us an excuse for our shortcomings. It gives us an excuse to fail or to accept failure. But when you remove that concept of just the two at war and see that there's a third principle, you understand that even failure is part of the perfect design. Some people are supposed to be failures. Some people are supposed to not achieve their dreams. And that's perfect. And if you're somebody who's not meant to achieve your dreams, would you be happy if you accepted that? If you accepted that as the truth, would you stop beating yourself up? Could you even reframe what it means to be successful? Could you even reframe what it means to not be a failure. Maybe you've succeeded at failing. But anyways, good and evil are revealed as opposites within the same lesson, necessary polarities that create the friction required for evolution. Without darkness, no perception of light. Without resistance, no development of strength. Experience becomes the true teacher. Not theory, not doctrine, lived engagement with forces that transform consciousness. Like I said, experience is the teacher, patterns are the teacher. You can do this. Open your eyes and pay attention. That's all. And by the way, like it says at the bottom, friction is the price of awakening. Friction is the price of awakening. So here we have the pattern so far. The pattern so far. 1, motion divides. And that division creates polarity, right? The first distinction, birth of relationship and tension. Then polarity repeats. Rhythm is born. Patterns that cycle and return, creating predictability and memory. Shout out to the Kabbalion. After polarity repeats, rhythm stabilizes. Form crystallizes, motion becomes structure. Energy becomes matter. Form interacts. Mind awakens through relationship and friction. Consciousness emerges. And then mind cooperates. The group's soul develops. Individual awareness merges into collective intelligence. Evolution is the universe learning itself by degrees. Easy work, right? Easy work. Light work. Practical reflection, right? Now, again, like I said, you can download these PDFs for free. I advise you do, right? I made them for a reason, and I think that they can help you if you're serious about this information. If not, carry on. That's perfect too. But make sure that you recognize patterns. This is how you learn and grow. This is what your conscious, logical brain was made for, recognizing patterns. So do that, right? Don't let life beat you up all the time. Don't keep choosing people who hurt you and screw you over and lie to you and steal from you and break you down. If you see a pattern where you keep choosing those type of people as company, maybe stop doing that, right? If you see a pattern where you want to get better at life, but you keep doing things that work against your goals, stop doing that, right? Pay attention to your patterns. Choose the most useful and appropriate patterns. It's easy. It's easy. Your conscious mind is designed to recognize patterns. And the better you do that, the better patterns you choose, you're going to create a better life for yourself. That's what we all want. Nobody here doesn't want that. So recognize patterns, transform reaction, right? This is also key. How you react to the situations of life is what determines what happens next. You know, I saw a study that said the greatest factor of long life on Earth has nothing to do with what you're eating or doing exercise. It's all about stress. The more stress you hold on to and the deeper you let it affect you, super stressed out people die faster and they catch diseases easier. The body malfunctions under lots of stress. So how you react to life has everything to do with what happens next. Nobody can change that for you, but I would suggest that you pay attention. Once again, recognize patterns, right? I don't have any stress. I don't get caught up in none of that stuff y'all talking about. I don't care what the president's doing. I don't care what the celebrity scandal is. Nothing I permit to affect me anymore. And I realize I'm not missing anything. I didn't miss anything from stop reading the newspaper. I'm not missing anything by not keeping up with the Kardashians or whoever. If there are things in your life that are causing you lots of stress, look at that. Look at that and see what you can do about it. Because again, health primarily depends on your stress management. You can go look that up for yourself and see if if that's true, or if maybe there's something different. But yeah, pay attention to that. And then thirdly, right here, steer momentum. Use your awareness to direct those patterns that you recognized, to redirect those reactions that you've recognized. Shape your life. See, life isn't hard. We just get locked into our patterns. One thing that we do as human beings also is we refuse to see some of the options that are available to us. So a lot of people feel like they don't have any options and they're stuck. That's never the truth. You're never stuck and you're never optionless. Now, sometimes choices take other choices to get there, but you are never stuck. I don't care what it is. There's always a way to steer to a new direction. But you've got to believe that first. Once you believe it, then you can start moving towards it. But don't ever feel stuck, no matter what it is. No matter what it is. All right, so the next session preview. I love this picture as well. Next session preview, chapter 9, the projection of the concept of the universe. So here we're going to enter the realm where creation becomes conscious imagination. The Logos, the cosmic word, will project its thought into living substance. And we will learn what this means for human will and manifestation. The invisible blueprints of reality will be revealed. We will discover how thought forms become worlds and how the magician's imagination, that's you, participates in the creative act of the universe itself. The cosmos begins to dream and we awaken within the dream. All right, cool beans. Everybody happy about that? Excited? Ready to go? Ready to go? Let me know in the chat if you're ready to go. Give me about 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Goodness gracious. That Fruit Loops essential oil smells delicious. I'm never going to stop loving that. Never going to stop loving that. All right, let's get into it, shall we? Friends, countrymen, lend me your ears. Cosmic Doctrine, chapter 9. Baby, I promise. Girl, just believe. All right. Chapter 9. The projection of the concept of the universe. By the way, you can hear me just fine, right? Audio's good? I believe it is. Nobody said any complaints yet. Okay, so. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. As we have already seen, a great entity projects its concept of itself. This, however, is not the beginning of objectivization in a universe, though dealt with first in the order of instruction, in order to make that which follows more comprehensible. For the great entity, when it projects the image of itself, found substance of the same nature as the projection, awaiting the organization which that projection should bring about. So, in other words, if you were a great consciousness and you wanted to exist within the Jello dimension, you'd have to form a vehicle out of Jello. Makes sense. You know what I did this time? I actually got the figures. Where's it at? I have to remove you. There we go. I got the figures ready. Yeah. Okay, so it says look at figure 15. As you can see from this figure here, we're talking about the one at the bottom. Basically what it's saying is this is the bigger pattern there on the left, and the smaller entities within the cosmos, as they evolve, basically replicate the bigger pattern. So you'll find the bigger pattern within the smaller pattern, and that continues. It trickles down all the way. All the way. So it will be recalled that the great entity gathered about itself atoms of each cosmic plane, out of which it formed its body. These atoms themselves are entities, though of a lesser degree of development than the great entity of which they form a part. Rosa Flame says, easy journey to other worlds, broke that down pretty good. Yeah, I believe that was A.C. Bhagavadanti Swami Prabhupada, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody had mentioned that book was all about astral projection, so that made me read it. And I found out a whole lot more than astral projection. Easy journey to other worlds. I'd recommend having that for your library if you don't already. Eric Barron says it's called fractal. Yep, just like fractal, right? Everything is a fractal, as above, so below. Absolutely. So, it will be recalled that a great entity gathered about itself atoms of each cosmic plane, out of which it formed its body. These atoms themselves are entities, though of a lesser degree of development than the great entity of which they form a part. Being of lesser development, the full recapitulatory growth is achieved earlier, right? So being of a lesser development, the full recapitulatory growth is achieved earlier. Each atom, having realized itself, has created a concept of itself. These concepts, projected by the atoms, are not atoms, but so many units of knowledge of ways in which reaction is possible. You know what that brings to mind? That brings to mind how we're doing our best to create everything inside the digital world. Like how real estate and businesses and even individual people are attempting to impress themselves into the digital world, to where there's a digital counterpart of everything in the physical world. That's the exact same thing that what she's describing here. So as much as people are afraid of and angry about AI, well, in truth, it's nothing but a process that has already happened with us. We're not actually here. We're pressed into this plane as concepts of something else. I'll read that again. Each atom, having realized itself, has created a concept of itself. These concepts projected by the atoms are not atoms, but so many units of knowledge of ways in which reaction is possible. That's pretty cool, because we're talking about potentiality here. They didn't replicate themselves into the matrix as atoms. They replicated themselves as data, as potential data, which means that what I can see is kind of a multiversal aspect happening here. Instead of me creating myself into the program, I put the data of my potential into the program. So anything that I'm capable of is can possibly happen inside the program, if you get what I'm saying. Sheesh. Sheesh. I like that. They are not, therefore, sorted out into concentric belts because there is nothing in them upon which gravitation can act. They are merely forms of reaction. Pause and just think about that. So these atoms, realizing themselves, so wherever they are in their original form, they've gained a self-awareness. That was the first part. So in doing so, they created concepts of themselves within the dream. They created concepts of themselves the same way that I would create a digital avatar for the internet. But I don't make it out of flesh and blood because there's no flesh and blood on the internet. There's only ones and zeros. So I created myself out of ones and zeros. But I didn't just make my nose and my eyes and my outfit. I put in the parameters, right? The parameters, the potential. Look what it says in that last line. They are merely forms of reactions. So it's like they imprinted what they're capable of under any given situation. What they did not do, look at what I didn't highlight. They are not therefore sorted out to concentric belts because there is nothing in them upon which gravitation can act. So since we're dealing with the complete, there's no gravity in the digital plane, right? So honestly, I couldn't replicate myself completely in the digital world because there's no gravity. There's also no food. Interesting. Minosis. Peace, peace, my brother. Peace. Welcome. Man, Cosmic Puzzle Piece, believe it or not, but I cut off these live streams sometimes and just think about these concepts. It really is, this is really some heavy shit. Like, I know some people out here, this is lightweight. You already know all this information. I know most of y'all already got it, but for me, sometimes some of these concepts just hit me like I can see it, right? Like I said with that Big Bang thing at the beginning of this video, like maybe the Big Bang was an implosion. That would correlate with what she talked about here in the previous chapter, how the great entity projects within itself a replication of itself. Perhaps this Big Bang that science tells us about is that inward projection, that inward reimagining of itself, which is why you look in every direction and it's the beginning. You look in every direction and it's the past, because the future is being concentrated down upon one point. Maybe in the early ages, they believed that the earth was the center of the universe because all of consciousness is pressed down onto this point. There might be a lot more to it. Okay. Now, the consciousness of a great entity is not aware of the individual reactions of its atoms, any more than the consciousness of the cells composing its body. Therefore, when it seeks to conceive an image of itself, it has to take the reactions of the different types of atoms in their respective aggregates and is dependent upon the atomic concepts for the creation of the necessary atomic images. Therefore, the great entity has to create its concept of itself in objective substance and is therefore limited and bound by conditions of the nature of the already created images which it utilizes. Thus, the atoms, by conceiving their own images, perform the primal act of creation. The first act of creation proceeds from the body of God and is but a mass of unorganized units. Darkness was upon the face of the deep. These units, having no organization and consequently no relations among themselves, could not obtain to objective consciousness. But as soon as the concept of the great entity, based upon its cosmic experiences, became projected, it organized them into relationships, and they then became conscious of each other, became affected by each other. So by themselves, naturally, they would never have come together to create a form or a vessel or a vehicle. But because consciousness pressed itself within, or I should say influenced this particular plane, the matter began to form and take shape according to the patterns of consciousness. My notes said it makes sense to me. It's an inner thing. All right, that's all I need to hear. Heavy shit, man. Heavy shit. I don't care how simple it sounds. You got to sit and think with this, man. You got to. And I mean, personally, I think I need to go back over this little short chapter. But it will thus be seen that the cosmic atoms created the atoms of each prime subplane of manifestation, and that the atoms thus created by being brought into relationship with each with its own kind by action of the great entity developed into subplanes. And we saw that on figure 15. If I can pull that up. Remember? On the left, we've got the bigger paradigm, the actual cosmos. We've got the 7 planes and the 12 rays. And we're talking about a great entity which exists on that 7th plane. So the outermost ring. You can almost see those as like, what's a good example? Each of those rings are sections, right? They're all rotating around the center. On that outer rim, that's where this great entity is. Now within that outer rim, that great entity, travel along to the right side and you'll see that I can't point to it, but the smaller circle is that great entity. And what it's actually done is it's reflected within itself a copy. Basically, it's organizing itself just like its parents. It is recreating itself in the image and likeness of God. Oy vey. There he is, Zero the hero. Peace and greetings, my guy. Peace and greetings. Are you still utilizing the app that I told you about? I think you are, because you got your Wonder Woman there. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Cosmic Puzzle Piece says you got to be this shit to get this shit. Absolutely, right? Absolutely. And that reminds me of a line that was read during my Gnosis's live stream when he was talking about I forgot what that book title was. You'll have to put the book title in the chat, my Gnosis. But the Guru said, to understand Vishnu, you must be Vishnu. That makes sense. You can't understand Vishnu as yourself. You can't understand the cosmos. That's why I said in the beginning, you got to remove yourself. You got to think outside of the parameters of your ego, because it's too limited to grasp this shit. The first thing that the human ego does is we try to put ourselves into the story. You're not in this story. You're not in the Cosmic Doctrine. So in order to get the Cosmic Doctrine, you've got to stop being you for just a minute. You got to stop being anything and just let the information speak. And you know what? I have found it very useful and appropriate to move through life like that. I do not exist. I allow reality to tell me what it is. Now I have to exist to go to the gas station or to go to the supermarket. But other than that, I have to exist to cut this camera on. But other than that, good stuff. The prime atom of each plane then has a direct relationship with its correlating plane of cosmic substance. The prime atom of each plane then has a direct relationship with its corresponding plane of cosmic substance, and consequently is influenced by the great entities upon that plane. Hence, there is always a certain opposition to the great entity of a universe on the part of the atoms which form its matter. This is a very important point. This is a very important point. Nadraj Ram, peace. Peace, peace. Okay. All right. So, we have seen then, first the projection of the atomic concepts, then later the projection of the great entity's concept of itself, which organizes those atoms into a miniature cosmos, which is called a universe in these papers, to distinguish it from the stage of existence which gave rise to its parent and creator. I'll read that once more. We have seen then, what do we see first? First, we saw the projection of the atomic concepts. Then later, we saw the projection of the great entity's concept of itself, which organizes those atoms into a miniature cosmos, which is called a universe. So that's our universe. That's our universe. The universe is a miniature cosmos. And what's that made out of? It's made out of the projection of the great entity's concept of itself. So the great entity is dreaming of itself within I want to say a lower reality. I want to say an inner plane, a different dimension, but the great entity has a concept of itself, right? Because remember a couple chapters ago, just like a fish is in the water, a fish does not know about the water because it's born and lives and dies in the water, so it never knows the water. Just like you really never know the air that you're breathing. The fish never knows the water. What it knows is everything different from the water. So if you take the fish out of the water, it's going to panic because it can't breathe. Just like if we put you in the ocean. So we notice a difference in our environment. We notice a difference in sensation. You notice when it's hot. You notice when it's cold because you're going out of your comfort zone. So we notice things that are different from our comfort zone. So this great entity existed in a place where there was nothing outside of its comfort zone. There was nothing for it to do and nothing for it to know because it was so comfortable with the spin of existence. It became accustomed to the spin, to the gravity, to the patterns of existence, right? So imagine consciousness is starting to form, right? And as it's beginning to form self-awareness. Why? Because it's special, it's chosen, because it has melanin? No. It began to gain self-awareness simply because there was nothing else to know. It couldn't know its environment. It couldn't know the water. It couldn't know its mother, its father. It couldn't know anything but itself. There was nothing else to know. Why? Because it was the only thing that was different from its environment. Just like a fish, right? It can't know the water, but it can know itself because it is different from the environment. So here's this great entity, and it's beginning to know all about itself. And guess what? It knows itself. It knows itself top to bottom. Boom, I know myself. Great. Now what? Well, the next step is, since it knows itself, it begins to recreate everything about itself in its own mind. I think another way to say that, because like one of the things I try to stay away from when it comes to vast entities, one of the things that humans do, because look, we are always fucking shit up as a human being. One of the things that we always do is we try to give it emotions and try to make it like us. Well, there's no emotions here. This great entity, it gathered a knowledge of itself simply because it could not know its environment. So now that it has known itself, the next logical step or the next natural step for it was to basically store that information, to categorize that information, to when you know something, you live it. It's simple. Look at your lifestyle right now. You're living the shit that you know. So this great entity, since all it knows is itself, it's building its map of reality. It's building its map of reality. Not because it feels any kind of way, but this is what happens. It's just the process. So the great entity's concept of itself, which organizes those atoms into a miniature cosmos. So here's the crazy part. It has nothing to know but it can't know its environment, right? It can only know itself, but itself is nothing but the patterns of its environment. This is mind-bending right here. So it replicates its environment even though it cannot see it. How can I put that in a different way? Let's say that we actually are in a computer simulation. Let's say that our reality actually is like an actual computer simulation. We are on somebody's hard drive right now. But let's say we can't know that because since I'm made of ones and zeros, I can't detect ones and zeros. You feel me? So I cannot detect the data, therefore I cannot prove that I'm in a simulation. But here's the crazy part. All that I can know is myself and the patterns of the program. So what do? I recreate the program in the program. I create computers. I create sims and artificial people in an artificial world just like mine. Now, I don't know that I'm in a simulation, but since this is a simulation and that's all there is to know, I recreate it because there's nothing else to create. You see what? Does that make sense? So now I'm creating it. Even though I don't know what I'm doing all that there is to do. God bless America. God bless America. So that's what this great entity is doing. The projection of the great entity's concept of itself, which organizes those atoms into a miniature cosmos, which is called the universe. Now that's what we call the universe. This universe is an inward map, an inward projection of this great entity and its knowledge of itself. Once again, there's no emotions. It's not, oh, my sweet universe and my children and my babies and my beloved creatures and I love the... No, it's simply an awareness of the parts of itself. But she's going to call that a universe throughout the rest of this book. And by the way, this isn't the only universe, because we're going to have to run it back a paragraph here. This isn't the only one. There's something that she said previously. She said the prime atom of each plane then has a direct relationship with its corresponding plane of cosmic substance, and consequently is influenced by the great entities, plural, upon that plane. Golly, wow, this is going to be difficult to describe without a picture. So I'm going to put the picture up. All right, so in that top picture, we can see that all those little black dots are great entities. And look at how everybody's in their own little space. Each one's in a different ring, in a different ray. Everybody's on a different slice of pizza. Some are on the tip, somebody's on the crust, somebody's on the pepperoni, somebody's on the mushroom. Everybody's doing their thing in a different spot. All of them are great entities. Now, within each one of those great entities is a miniature projected universe. Now, here's what's crazy. What's inside of those great entities? What are they made out of? Well, they're made out of stuff from all around that pizza. So even though the guy in the bottom left corner is on the third plane, right? We can say that third plane has special substance. Look at all those rings. Let's say each one of those rings is made out of specific special stuff. One ring is made out of pepperoni, one is made of mushroom, one is made of bell peppers, one is made of cheese only. Each one of those rings are made of a specific substance. Now, previously, what we saw is that each one of those great entities had to bounce around the whole pizza, gathering up ingredients from all over until finally it settled down in its spot. So, even though the one in the bottom left corner is on pizza territory, it also has ingredients from all over. It also has mushrooms and pepperonis and just cheese. All of them have all the ingredients. So, what does that mean? Here's what that means. The particular universe that we're focused on right now is composed of elements from all around the pizza. Yet, all of each one of the great entities, as they move and groove and have their changes, they still affect within us the ingredients that come from their specialized territory. So when the king of pizza decides to move, the pizza particles within us also are affected by that. When the king of the bell pepper territory decides to make a change, the bell pepper ingredients within our slice is also affected. Isn't that something? So what did she say there? She said the prime atom of each plane then has a direct relationship with its corresponding plane of the cosmic substance, and consequently is influenced by the great entities upon that plane. Wow. Hence, there is always a certain opposition to the great entity of a universe on the part of the atoms which form its matter. This is a very important point. So, look, even though our particular great entity is the queen of cheese, even though we still have citizens within us who come from pepperoni kingdom, mushroom kingdom, mozzarella kingdom. So even though they are subject to our rules, they still have patterns from the other places. And she says that this is a very important point. We're also getting onto the beginning of the explanation of zodiac signs. Good Lord. Good Lord. Oracle Messenger, peace and greeting. Peace and greetings. Yeah, this is cool stuff. This is cool stuff. I love it. Okay, so let's get on to chapter 10. I did do a review of this, but I think my review is actually longer than the chapter itself. So I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll just run through it real fast. Is my mouth open? There it is. That was chapter 9. Real fast. So, chapter 9, the projection of the concept of the universe. Once again, my friends, you can download the PDFs in the description. The great entity turns outward. After completing its evolution, the great entity now seeks expression beyond itself. It possesses a concept of itself, a luminous pattern distilled from countless eons of experience. By projecting that sacred concept into primordial substance, the act of creation begins. Creation is consciousness, exteriorizing as memory. Atoms as living memories. These atoms are living memories. Self-concept, mental blueprints, creation's vocabulary. Each lesser life contributes its idea of existence. The law of limitation. There's a divine constraint. Working with substance, it must work with the concepts its atoms already contain. So let me put that also in a different perspective now. I had mentioned, like, say, for example, if you wanted to exist within the Jello kingdom, then you would have to use Jello to create your vehicle. Well, look at this now. Look at this. Even though we live in the universe of the Queen of Cheese, she might exist in the territory of pepperoni. So she's got to create a vessel for herself out of pepperoni territory. You see that? So this is what I mean. Like each of those different zones, each of the different planes are constructed of a different substance. And when consciousness enters the substance, it's got to work with what's it got, what it has. So look, we're in the material plane. We call this the physical plane, don't we? It's made out of dirt and rocks, excuse me, earth, wind, and fire and water. It's made out of these specific elements. So what happens is consciousness must use a combination of these elements to make a vehicle for itself. This is what it does. This is what it does. Now, there are other dimensions and other realms made of different substance, but the same exact process is happening. Isn't that something? Framestar Films, our brother from another mother. Peace. Peace, my guy. Peace. Hope you're having a good evening. Absolutely. Cosmic Puzzle Piece says, would you say that the great entity is Ahamkara? It definitely sounds like it, right? I don't think that it's personal Ahamkara. I think we might be dealing with something a bit bigger, but it certainly sounds like the Ahamkara. I'll tell you this, I wouldn't be so fast to agree or disagree because I don't have enough info yet. That's a good question that you've asked, and I think it's worth it to kind of look for evidence to see if that's true. Yeah. I would say let's keep our eyes open to see if that's true. Mothra says, I wonder if so-called paranormal phenomena is actually different kingdoms interacting with this one. Now, that one, I think we could be closer to agreeing on, right? I think we could be closer to a conclusive yes to that question there. And that's also a great suggestion. Also a great suggestion, right? Because, yeah, right? And that would explain a lot of things that we don't have answers to. We're looking at responses that are coming from other kingdoms, so to speak. Natural Mystic says, thank you. Like walking the spiral flower cycle seasonal path of life, we will hear things again. It's up to the individual to learn from it again at a deeper depth to grow or stay stagnant. Absolutely, my man. Absolutely. And that's one thing that I find even in my walk. You know, I do this 24/7, right? I'm probably what you could call an actual mystic, right? Or an oracle, or what the fuck ever fancy word for somebody who stays in trance all day, every day, for weeks, months, and years. This is what I do for a living. I stay in trance, and I have the space to process this information, to digest it, to think about it for long periods of time without interruption. And I would say that one thing that happens is there ain't nothing new really to learn. You have to go deeper on the same shit that exists. True, that's where wisdom comes from, right? Yeah, there's infinite pieces of knowledge. You can learn more and more and more about specific things, but there's only so many real concepts to understand. I don't think life is complicated in terms of needing more. I think that depth is where wisdom is. There ain't really too many more new lessons to learn. It's most of the same shit that circles around every year. But the question is, how deep are you going? How deep are we going with this thing here? Now, this was supposed to be a quick recap, right? Al Dickey, that's my real name. Peace and greetings, brother. Peace and greetings. You know, I got to ask, man. You know, I got to ask, what are you cooking up this evening? What are we cooking up this evening? Zero says, I completely agree. I've been receiving downloads from another lifetime that helps me in this one with some deep emotional and mental impressions. Always doing the work, brother. Always doing the work. Night Creatrix, welcome, welcome. I'm glad to see you more often. Glad to see you more often. Beef stew on the table. Awesome possum. All right, let's keep going. Even God is shaped by the readiness of his substance. That's another interesting thing, right? Because we're going to learn a little bit later on that I believe even the great entity is evolving based on what's happening within his dream. Okay, darkness upon the face of the deep. Before projection, substance exists as pure awareness without relation. Pure awareness, but no relation. So we're talking about unconditioned consciousness, right? Unconditioned substance. No conditions. The threshold, the divine idea enters the infinite stillness and relationships begin to dawn. This is what happens when consciousness enters a plane of existence. So, no, you are not the physical body. You're not even the brain. Consciousness is not in the brain. Consciousness is using the body and the brain as a vehicle. The first act of creation, organizing chaos, the projected concept touches formless substance. Atoms awaken, particles become aware of each other's presence. Motion gains structure. Movement is no longer random, but now purposeful. Objective consciousness, the first universal awakens within the divine mind. Is this our first simulation? And check this out. Order is God's memory made visible. Say that again. Order is God's memory made visible. So what do you think chaos is? If order is God's memory made visible, what's chaos? Somebody tell me in the chat. It's bacon. How planes emerge. Atoms of similar response. Groups form subplanes. Clusters become planes, and reality sorts itself. Consciousness stratifies according to resonance. Resonance. The birth of a universe. Microcosm of source. The organized field becomes a reflection of its maker. This new system, self-contained yet eternally reflective, this is what the ancients called a universe. This is what the ancients called a universe. The great entity has become a god to its creation. Now remember, inside of the creation, inside the mind of God, we're not really affected by the outside, other than what she just said at the end here. Opposition and tension, right? Higher plan. The divine concept seeks perfect expression. Atomic resistance. Existing tendencies push back against the new patterns. This is your good and evil. Creative friction, because we need that, right? Built-in tensions becomes evolution's sacred engine. Opposition is the price of creation. The mirror principle. Universe reflects. Creation mirrors its maker's awareness. Refinement returns. The creator learns through what it creates. The creator projects. The divine casts its concept forth. And the process repeats. Every world is a mirror that teaches its maker. So the great entity, the God of this existence, is learning, right? Because all it knows is itself. And here it's observing itself interact with itself, and still new information. Yeah, we'll get to that a little bit later on. A little bit later on, she talks about how when new things do occur, it pays special attention because, again, it kind of becomes numb to what it knows and pays special attention to new things. As above, so below. Your imagination works by the same cosmic law. You project a concept of yourself into the field of daily experience, don't you? That living projection shapes your personal universe moment by moment. To change reality, guess what? Revise the image that you project. Because you are the god of your own cosmos. Like it or love it. Like it or love it. So Genesis says code, because she mentioned that verse at least twice. Without form and void. We're talking about unorganized potential awaiting structure. God remembering himself within form. You understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? The doctrine of limitation. Perfection through partnership. True perfection is not domination, but sacred cooperation with substance. Magic is education. Authentic magic educates matter. It never coerces or forces. This is something key that I learned in my studies on elemental magic. The elemental forces and the egregores, you're not simply creating them to bring you good luck or, to help you find money on the street. When you create an egregore, when you form an elemental force, it will one day become a human being. These are your astral children. So be careful with what you create, right? If we want to complain about how stupid people are in the world, make sure that you're not adding more stupid entities with stupid ass desires or unchecked, unregulated hatred or negative emotions. Because every thought form that you create will one day evolve. Never forget that. Never forget that. And stop creating these horny ass elementals, man. We got enough. We got enough. This has got to be the most over sexualized manifestation of existence that has ever been created. Boy, I tell you what. Stop making horny entities, guys. Let's start making something else. Y'all got to stop it. Inner psychology, the great entity, we equate that with the higher self. Atoms, we can equate that with memories and habits. Projection, self, image. The universe, your lived reality. So creation is projection. That's what creation is. Projection. Think about what you have in your life. Think about what you don't have or what you want or what you want to get rid of. And think about what you're projecting. This is how you start changing things with your mind, with your thoughts. Now keep in mind, every projection is shaped by its substance. So when you think to yourself, oh, how come I can't just snap my fingers and have what I want? Well, your thoughts and desires are attempting to manifest in the dense reality of form. So either adjust how you're thinking about it or choose an easier method, right? If you wanted to manifest a full belly, there's an easy way to do it and a hard way to do it. There's a quick way to do it and a long way to do it. You could walk to the kitchen and grab something and eat it, or you can order something from DoorDash, or you can move yourself to the restaurant. There's different ways to manifest that end goal. Likewise, when it comes to changing your life, it's the exact same thing. It's a certain kind of meal you can get from a DoorDash, ain't it? It's a certain kind of quality meal you can get from cooking yourself. It's a certain kind of quality meal you can get from paying a lot of money going to a fancy restaurant. How are you going to do it? All right, let's make it chapter 10. Chapter 10. The relation between the projected image and the logoidal consciousness. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters, and God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. You have heard in previous lectures how the atoms or units of manifestation of a universe are formed, and also how the currents and the tides of divine power are set flowing through them, so that an exact replica of the cosmos is formed in miniature, the corresponding being exact, save that the cycles of a universe moving in a smaller radius have a more rapid rhythm. Oh, that's an interesting point. She says, note that a rhythm is but a series of repetitions. Rhythm is but a series of repetitions. So check this out. On the left, we've got the bigger picture, and on the right, we've got the smaller entity reflecting itself within itself. Because it's smaller, she's noticing that because it's smaller, it's also going to evolve faster. It's going to rotate faster. She said that you have heard in previous lectures how the atoms or units of manifestation of a universe are formed, and also how the currents and tides of divine power are set flowing through them, so that an exact replica of the cosmos is formed in miniature, the correspondences being exact, save that the cycles of the universe moving in a smaller radius have a more rapid rhythm. Note that rhythm is but a series of repetitions. Repetitions. We got enough horny ass elementals. But hey, once again, right? Just like how the cosmos creates a god and the god within itself creates a cosmos, we express out into the physical world what's inside of us. We create more entities that replicate what's going on inside of us. That's why the Bible says, from the abundance of a man's heart flows out of his mouth. What's inside of us is going to come out. It's going to. There's no way to stop it. So, two phases of logoidal evolution have been outlined. She outlined two phases of logoidal evolution. One, the phase of development of the matters of a universe, and two, the phase of development of the tides and the rays. Tides and the rays. Peace, Alexandria. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. You made it to the live stream. So let's talk about these two phases of logoidal evolution. The one is the raw material out of which a universe is made. What's she talking about? The phase of development of the matters of a universe. So remember, like I said, if you wanted to project your consciousness into the Jello universe, you got to make yourself a body out of Jello. If you're going to project yourself into the Fortnite universe, you're going to have to use a Fortnite avatar, right? Now, lucky for you, they've already formulated forms so that you can express your consciousness in the Fortnite universe. We actually get to that in this text about how how different vehicles are stereotyped for consciousness to fit right in. And then once their work is done, consciousness moves on to the next vehicle. But anyways, the phase of the development of the matters of a universe. So the one is the raw material out of which a universe is made. The other is the skeleton, the framework upon which it is built. So what would be the framework and the skeleton? The phase of the development of the tides and the rays. We have then enormous quantities of atoms differentiated only into planes and subplanes of planes, 7 district types and 7 subtypes of each type. Okay, wait a minute now. Doesn't the Kabbalion go into this part as well? Doesn't the Kabbalion talk about 7 planes and 7 subplanes? Anybody got their Kabbalion on hand? Pretty sure I do. But yeah, I'm not going to dig that out. But yeah, I know that the Kabbalion goes into these 7 subplanes of the different planes. I'll pull that up later. So yeah, she says, we have then enormous quantities of atoms differentiated only into planes and subplanes of planes, 7 distinct types and 7 subtypes of each type. We will now consider the third phase of logoidal evolution. At the beginning of an evolution, the logos is alone in that sphere, which is afterwards to become its universe. So at the beginning of an evolution of the beginning, the logos is alone in that sphere. Now afterwards, that sphere is going to become its universe. It is conscious only of itself, for there is no object in existence within that sphere of which it can be conscious. So remember, we went over that. Just like a fish is in the water, a fish doesn't know the water. It's used to the water. It's used to the motion of the water. It can't know the water. It's born in the water. It lives in the water. It dies in the water. Likewise, this logos is not aware of this sphere that it's born into. It only knows itself. It's conscious only of itself. So when they say know thyself, I don't think that's an option, really. You have no choice but to know thyself. We got no choice but to know thyself. Oh, we on the short chapter section, huh? We're on the short chapters sections. It will thus be seen that the logos reverses the order of the psychologist's concept of the evolution of consciousness. Having first cosmic consciousness, then self-consciousness, and then objective consciousness. Neat, right? So what she made this distinction because previous paragraph, the logos only knows itself because that's all there is to know. So at this high level, this God, this deity only knows itself because that's all there is to know. It will then eventually compress its consciousness into smaller and tighter spirals until we get down to individual people, and then we get down to rocks and dirt. But it doesn't start at the low level and work its way up. It starts at the high level and works its way down. Now, psychology will tell you that consciousness begins at the objective level, right, as a human baby, and then you gain self-consciousness, and then maybe you'll gain cosmic consciousness. But that's not what spirituality teaches. Spirituality came before psychology, by the way. Just like what the Tree of Life taught us in mystical Kabbalah, consciousness squeezes itself downwards. All right. The Logos then is now aware that a thought form has been projected from its consciousness into its aura. A thought form has been projected from its consciousness into its aura. For under one aspect, the universe may be conceived as the aura of God. Remember also in the previous chapter how when this great entity projects itself in its own imagination, it isn't making itself brick for brick, bar for bar, band for band. It's creating a potentiality of itself. It's creating a collection of reactions. Remember, she said that? So she says here the universe may be conceived of as the aura of God. What's your aura? The aura is also a resonance of your potentiality. So when somebody walks in, and for those of you who are sensitive, that means not everybody, that means some of y'all, you might notice that when somebody has a bad energy about them, a negative aura, they didn't necessarily do anything. And they might not necessarily do anything at that moment, but you feel the potentiality of that person. You feel the potentiality of that volatile, emotionally unstable, mentally unstable entity. You feel the aura. The aura is the resonance of your potentiality. Brick for brick, bricked up, band for band, bar for bar, blow for blow. So yeah, the universe is the aura of God, and this is what we see. This is the potentiality for anything to happen here. This is what we're experiencing, by the way, also. The potentiality of the aura of God. Everything that happens here is a result of all possible potentials. Have you ever taken a look at your own aura, your own potentiality? What do you think that your aura is like? How do you think that your aura describes you? What is your potentiality? What are you capable of? Not even capable of, but what's the probability of you expressing your capability? What's that look like? Because we're all capable of all sorts of things, but we're talking about the probability, the potentiality. What are you actually gonna do? What's in your aura? And by the way, this is not a concrete thing. This can change. This can change. All right. The consciousness of an object produces a reaction in the logoidal consciousness. All right, we're getting spicy here. This consciousness, I'll run it back. The logos then is now aware that a thought form has been projected from its consciousness into its aura. For, for under one aspect, the universe may be conceived of as the aura of God. This consciousness of an object produces a reaction in the logoidal consciousness. So the logos is having a reaction to a thought form that has been created within it. There is a subject object adaptation, and this adaptation produces a corresponding modification in the reflected universe. Which becomes capable of an object subject reaction. Thus, a relationship or reciprocity is established between the logos or the great entity. So, right there, she's equating the logos of the great entity. So, we're able to use those two words interchangeably. Thus, a relationship or reciprocity is established between the logos or great entity and that projected image of the logoidal consciousness, which is the incipient universe. IDKDKDF. Yeah, I was waiting for us to get to that part. IDKDKDF says that answers my question about what happens when the logos encounters a conscious agent. It's almost obvious when she writes it that way. Yeah, and I know that Dion Fortune is guilty of leading you to a thought process, which is good, right? Because it makes you think that you thought of it first, and therefore it makes it stick in your head longer. We remember things better when we think we thought of it versus somebody telling us. So that's actually a genius way of teaching and writing. But yeah, there we go. It's like telling a dead motherfucker about themselves. Yeah, interesting. So, thus, a relationship or reciprocity is established between the logos or the great entity, which we are seeing as one thing now, and the projected image of logoidal consciousness, which is the incipient universe. So, the dreamer and the dream actually affect each other. The dreamer and the dream actually affect each other. It's not simply you press play and watch the movie. This is an interactive illusion. So it must not be thought, however, that the logoidal consciousness is limited to awareness of its objectified universe. The logoidal focused consciousness or conscious consciousness is thus limited. Hold on a minute now. It must not be thought, however, that the logoidal consciousness is limited to awareness of its objectified universe. The logoidal focused consciousness or conscious consciousness is thus limited. For a focused or conscious consciousness can only be built up out of awareness of and reaction to objects. Okay. For a focused or conscious consciousness can only be built up out of awareness of and reactions to objects. Here she goes trying to destabilize that logical thought process. But the logoidal subconsciousness is aware of the cosmos, and the consciousness is influenced by the subconsciousness, which is its basis and background. And as the cosmic tides ebb and flow and move round the circle, the corresponding aspects of the logoidal subconsciousness are stimulated by their influences. And the sensation thus engendered in the logoidal consciousness are forthwith incorporated in the self projection, which is the universe. And the conscious consciousness of the logos perceives them there, so that an infinite series of reactions and modifications of reactions proceeds, at first in broad and simple movements, but gradually multiplying into inconceivable complexity. Inconceivable complexity. Now I must read that one more time. So we talked about the logos, the great entity, and the relationship that it can have with its dream, with its universe, with its projection. The consciousness of an object produces a reaction in the logoidal consciousness. There is a subject-object adaptation, and this adaptation produces a corresponding modification in the reflected universe, which becomes capable of an object-subject reaction. Thus, a relationship or reciprocity is established between the logos or great entity and that projected image of the logoidal consciousness, which is the incipient universe. It must not be thought, however, that the logoidal consciousness is limited to awareness of its objectified universe. The logoidal focused consciousness or conscious consciousness is thus limited. So the conscious consciousness is limited, but guess what? And here's why. For a focused or conscious consciousness can only be built up out of awareness of and reaction to objects. So right there, it's saying that the conscious consciousness is limited because it can only be aware of and react to objects, just like your conscious mind, right? Just like your limited logical thinking mind. It can only be aware of and react to objects, right? You're reacting to the sound of my voice, the visuals, the smells, the sounds, the tastes, the sensations. We react to all those things. That's what the conscious mind is for, to react and respond to those things. But that's not your only mind, is it? There's other gears turning. As above, so below. So it is in the universe too. Look, but the logoidal subconsciousness is aware of the cosmos, and the consciousness is influenced by the subconsciousness, which is its basis and background. And as the cosmic tides ebb and flow and move round the circle, the corresponding aspects of the logoidal subconsciousness. And by the way, what's she talking about when she says corresponding aspects? Remember, in your particular slice of pizza, although we are ruled over by the queen of cheese, we've also got pieces from the pepperoni universe. We also got pieces from the mushroom universe. We also got things from the bell pepper universe, right? So as we spinning around this cosmic pizza, we have citizens from all over the universe. And when we enter those territories or get stimulated by those other territories, the related ingredients have a reaction. So let's go back and see that again. The logoidal subconsciousness is aware of the cosmos. So when we talk about the subconsciousness also, we're talking about a great library of data. We're talking about a powerful, deep library, memory. Now, it's not written in the same processing language as the conscious mind, because remember, the conscious mind is really only aware of objects and the reaction to objects. So to try to process the subconscious with the conscious mind, you're simply not going to get an accurate reception. You're simply not going to get an accurate response, reproduction. Just like when you dream, right? When you're dreaming, your dreams, what you remember from your dreams, I'm not even going to say your dreams are composed of this, because guess what? Your dreams could be some crazy shit that your conscious mind just cannot process. So what happens when you wake up? You have memories. You have these visions. Oh, I was doing this in my dream. And it slowly starts to fade away. And I truly believe it fades away because it's not written in a language that the conscious mind is built to record. So we forget it. But we were experiencing. Likewise, right? So the logoidal subconsciousness is aware of the cosmos, and the consciousness is influenced by the subconsciousness, which is its basis and background. And as the cosmic tides ebb and flow and move around the circle, as we go around that pizza, the corresponding aspects of the logoidal subconsciousness are stimulated by their influences. And the sensations thus engendered in the logoidal consciousness are forthwith incorporated in the self-projection, which is the universe. And the consciousness of the logos perceives them there, so that an infinite series of reactions and modifications of reactions proceeds, at first in broad and simple movements, but gradually multiplying into an inconceivable complexity. Good golly, Miss Molly. Good golly, Miss Molly. Do you see it? Do you see something, right? I can't ask if you see the whole thing, because this is quite a big picture, but can you see something here? Can you see something here? Yeah, Magus is inconceivable, right? Like the conscious mind is operating on a different platform than the subconscious. And that's a big hint right there. She said that what did she say? She said that the consciousness is influenced by the subconscious, which, by the way, is the basis and background. So you've got this big black chalkboard. BBC? You've got this big black chalkboard, right? And then you got this piece of chalk that is drawing stuff on the chalkboard. Now that chalk, that's the conscious mind. And the conscious mind is like, oh yeah, I'm the king of reality. I know everything. Everything is me. I'm God. I am all things. I just got to go within. I don't need to read books. I just go within, right? We was kings. My melanin. The conscious mind is the chalk written on that chalkboard. But here's the thing. Number one, the chalk can be erased and the chalkboard remains. Number two, without a chalkboard, there would be no chalk writing. Chalk wouldn't be anything but potential. It'd be a stick of potential. Useless without the chalkboard. Platform. Uh-oh. Move over. Guard your grill. All right. So all these modifications influence the atomic matters of the incipient universe and determine their nature and characterize them. It is these characterizations that are subsequently discovered by man as natural laws or observed sequences. So it's these characterizations. What characterizations? All these modifications. Remember, she talked about the simple movements, but gradually multiplying it to an inconceivable complexity. The consciousness of the logos perceives these influences. So all these modifications influence the atomic matters of the incipient universe, the building blocks, and determine their nature and characterize them. It is these characterizations that are subsequently discovered by man as natural laws or observed sequences. This is what we're finding when we look for these natural laws. We're looking for these stereotype patterns, these reactions. Thus are the natures of things determined. They are built into them by the logoidal reactions to the conditions of its cosmic environment. And these modifications are constantly proceeding. They do not endure for a phase and cease, but continue as long as the atomic subplanes to which they correspond are in existence. Some things are not going to change. Thus, an elemental evolution proceeds apart from the evolution of life and form as we know it. Oh, we go. Oy vey. Eric Barron says, so what does that look like in this day and age? I would say a great example would be the periodic table of elements, right? So we've observed the characteristics and the personalities of certain pieces of matter, certain ingredients and building blocks of matter. We know that they behave in certain ways. They have these characteristics. And I think that by observing them, no matter where they are, and seeing that they behave specifically, I think that's a great example of what's being described here. The Chronicles of Sat Ra, peace and greetings. It's not only the melanated that think that way, so indeed. Indeed. All right, so that was chapter 10. That was chapter 10. I think we might go one more. No, I got to catch the sports ball game, guys. Got to catch the sports ball game. Actually, Fortnite just came out with a new season. I haven't been on Fortnite for a couple months now. Believe it or not, you know how much I love my fort. I done missed all the good Halloween skins. I didn't get Wednesday. I'm sure she'll be back in the shop though. Yeah, Micah says I want to get a decent sleep, but I want to stay up with y'all. Yeah. I think we'll probably run through this chapter here and then call it tonight. I think we'll do one more chapter. But speaking of which, oh, Matthew Watson says she's still there. Okay, excellent. Yeah, I want to test out this new season. Like I said, I haven't been there. Let's run this quick recap of chapter 10. Chapter 10. So what have we learned so far? Let's check it out. The Cosmic Doctrine, chapter 10, the relation between the projected image and the logoidal consciousness. I'm going to try to watch somebody run up and down the field with a ball in their hand. Man. Bobby Hemmett. Praise the great and beloved prophet, Bobbius Hemmetus. Without Bobbius Hemmetus, none of us would be here. We would all still be scared of the devil. Praise the Lord. All right, chapter 10. Relation between the projected image and the logoidal consciousness. Creation is not a single act. It is a continuous conversation between spirit and its reflection. From projection to relationship. In the previous chapter, the great entity projected its concept into substance. Now that image must be sustained. Creation lives through circulation, which is awareness flowing between the logos and its mirror. Creation continues only while consciousness moves both ways. Two poles, one life. Two poles, one life. The logoidal consciousness, that's the source. It's still, it's formless, it's infinite potential. Now check this out. The projected image, organized reflection, the manifested universe, living form. IDK said it right when he said Shiva Shakti. We're looking at Purusha Prakriti here, right? We're looking at Purusha Prakriti here. If you look at Tatwashuddhi, matter of fact, let me go grab it, right? Always got Tatwashuddhi on hand. Always got it on hand. I keep that thing on me because you never know when I need to back out page 45. Every now and then you got to back page 45 out. So what are we talking about here? Talking about this. Now, in this text, page 45, she talks about the evolution of the individual elements, right? Tatwashuddhi. And what we see here is that at the top of the pyramid, we've got Shiva Shakti, which is pure consciousness, pure energy, and they undergo this veil of Maya, right? And what does this veil do? We went over this before. It limits our awareness of our willpower. It gives us this illusion of time. It gives us fear. It gives us all these. It limits our omniscience, our omnipotence, and omnipresence. Now, after all that limitation, we're left with a watered down version of pure consciousness and pure energy. We get Purusha and Prakriti. That sounds to me a whole lot like what's happened as this Logos has recreated a projected image within its own mind. I could see a relation here. to this system. Maybe. So the logoidal consciousness, that's your source, that's your still consciousness, and the projected image, that is your manifest universe. And in this case, there is a relationship. Spirit and matter are twin poles of a single awareness. Reflection as connection. The logos doesn't descend into its world, it reflects through its world. Each motion below sends back vibration above. Now, see, doesn't that remind you of the path of the tree? The lightning flash down and the serpent path up. Each motion below sends back a vibration above. The creator learns through the mirror of creation. God knows himself by watching his reflection move. That sounds like Kether and Hakma, don't it? Don't it? Oh no. My nose says just caught a flat tire. Still tapped in. God bless it, man. God bless it. Everything happens for a reason. Hopefully this is a very, very peaceful flat tire experience. A very stress-free flat tire experience. Everybody send positive prayers and melanin to my gnosis. He'll be all right. He'll be all right. It's honestly very stress-free. Nice, nice. Well, here's to a quick recovery. Quick recovery. Send your melanin in that direction. All melanin sent. Stuffed dog in the building. Peace, peace, my God. Peace. It's been a minute. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Welcome. Well, we missed you at the church. Missed you at the church. So the circuit of awareness. So look, pattern flows downward, right? Experience rises upward. Once again, like I said, take a look at the tree of life. The lightning flash goes down. What is it that comes down the tree? Pattern. Pattern. That's what you see. Stereotyped pattern comes down. Now check this out. Experience rises upward. And what is experience? Experience is what happens when your particular slice of awareness, your consciousness, becomes aware of these patterns and starts following them back up to source. Awareness refines the projection. This closed loop is the heartbeat of existence. Down, up, down, up. And by the way, we have never deviated from the three, have we? We've never deviated from Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva, have we? We haven't deviated from the ring cosmos, ring chaos, ring past not. You see how it reflects all the way through existence? Same characters, different outfits. Same characters, different outfits. This is why I say you can work with any system, any deity, any spirit. You're not closed off or limited from anything. Once you can see that it's only three characters. Vata, Matar, Kint. Father, mother, child. The magician, the high priestess, and the fool. There's only three. Shiva, Shakti. No, excuse me. Shiva, Brahma, Vishnu. There's only three. Kevin Wise, peace, peace, my brother, peace. Good to see you. Okay, let's keep going. Relative autonomy. Because the projection contains its own intelligence, it can respond unpredictably. It can respond unpredictably. It contains its own intelligence. What would it be like if you could put yourself into, say you could have an AI clone of yourself with free will? What would you do with an AI clone of yourself with free will? Hell, what would it do with you? What would happen if you came to a point where you and your AI clone had a disagreement? Like, what would happen? How could you deal with that? And what if it was a disagreement about something important? Would you default to an emotional reaction like I know you would? Well, I just feel that since I'm the real one, I feel like, right? Would you default to an emotional response? Or would there be another way to handle it? Would there be a different way to handle it? Or would you get locked into your emotions? I just feel that. Well, as a black man, I just feel, in my experience, would you relate? Would you default to an emotional reaction? Or would there be some other way to process what's happening? No, I didn't say anything about right or wrong. I'm just saying, how would you respond or react to that? As a human being with 4 and 5 labels that I identify with, I'm going to speak from the perspective of these labels that I identify with, since I don't have an individual train of thought. Okay, relative autonomy. Because the projection contains its own intelligence, it can respond unpredictably. Novelty and freedom are woven into the plan. The universe surprises even its creator. Interesting, huh? Interesting. Evolution is the surprise God allows himself. Do you have the strength to do something like, do you think you could do that? Could you really move yourself out of the way? Because, we get so attached and we identify with things so deeply. The things that we identify with the most will have the most tendency to want to control, right? And what is there anything that you would want to control more than your own reflection? Right? People are pretty bad about their kids, but imagine if you could have a clone of yourself and it started to have its own will that was different from your will. How fast would you default into a, what's the word? A visceral emotional reaction. I'm the real one, so what I say goes. What I say goes, right? Would you do that? Or would there be a different way? Like, I'm asking this question. Like, what? I hope that you're thinking about that. What would you do if your clone decided something completely different than what you wanted to do? What if you called yourself a Republican and it wanted to be a Democrat? What if you called yourself a conservative and it wanted to be liberal? Come on, church. Speak to me, church. But I know the answer. I know the answer. I know it would be a visceral emotional reaction. But what I'd like you to do is to just to think about yourself. Why would you react that way? Right? It's the attachment. How deeply are you attached? How deeply are we attached? But anyway, that's kind of what's happening here with, you know, your higher self. That's why it's called free will. When you say that you have free will, it's this potentiality. Because remember a chapter ago, the logos recreated itself within its dream, not as a specific thing, but as a potentiality. And within that potentiality, you find your experience. You are a potential of God. You and I, we're all potentials of God. We are all expressions of the potential. That's what the free will is. That's what the free will is. Brad Tony says, with more charm than you. What would you do if your clone ended up being better than you at a bunch of things, right? They began to do things that you took pride in better than you. What if it started to get recognition that you never got? How would you how would you feel if it started to be very successful at stuff that you have been trying to do all your life? Would you get mad, get jealous, get angry? Would you try to sabotage? Would you try to claim it and say, no, it belongs to me? I'm the original one. Like, look, I want you to play it through. Look at your humanity at work. Look at your specific humanity at work. This is funny to me. But one thing I know, boy, one thing I know about human beings, humanity wears this very thin, paper thin, fragile mask that we call civilization, that we call civilized. We wear a paper thin mask, and all it takes is one emotional upset for us to rip that mask and show the true beast. I want you to look at your true beast. Look at that beast. What would it do? Because you cannot tame the beast until you see it first. Louis says, what was that clone movie that Arnold Schwarzenegger did? Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question. You kind of bring it back a memory. But yeah, man. Like I said, one thing I know about humanity is everyone will claim out loud that they are civilized and they are very, sophisticated, and where I'm going to behave this way and I'd always do the right thing. But when that emotional spike hits, the truth comes out, and most of us have seen it by now, and most of us deny it. But I want you to not deny it and look at it, and maybe see if there's any way that you can sublimate that beast. Okay, how do we get here? Relative autonomy, that's how. Let's continue. Well, I just feel, as a black man growing up in the South, I just feel my opinion. Okay, interdependence of source and form. The logo shapes the world. The world feeds awareness back to the logos. Neither completes itself alone. Neither completes itself alone. So this experience must take place for evolution's sake. You exist here for evolution's sake. You must go through the experience of your life. This is how consciousness must evolve. Your life is necessary. Everybody's experience here is 1,000% necessary. The growth of God itself hinges upon you being here. Ashley B says, what I thought about when you asked the question was, I'd make it better than me. Then immediately I thought of the movie Prometheus and David, which led me to think about the trope of AI seeing itself as superior. Right? And look at this, right? I would say, it's my opinion that a person of sound mind would want to make the future better than the present, right? You want your child, or hell, your clone or whatever. You'd want your offspring to be better than you, I would think. So if that's the case, why are we getting upset that AI is taking the jobs? Why are we upset that AI is better than us at creating things? Why does that trigger us? Why does that make us upset? We want our creation to be better than us. Why does that make us upset? Why does that make us jealous that AI can create better than us, can work better than us, can organize and think better than us? Why does that make us triggered? Flowing straight from the survival scrolls. I don't spit it. That's That's the Holy Spirit. I don't spit it.
Willie, you kind of spit when you talk, man.
That's the Holy Spirit. I don't spit it.
So that's the Holy Spirit spitting, not you?
Automatically, systematic.
That Holy Spirit spitting a lot.
15 guys. 6th day, that's what it was. Yeah, thank you, Chicanos Fighting for Higher Learning. 6th day, you're absolutely right. Now I've got to see that one. Boom, we can pay bills, live in society, shit, bathe. I'll go fuck off and on a remote island somewhere. Boom, right? Boom. Why does it have to be a competition when it can be a cooperation? My gnosis says we rolling and back on the road. Stand on P. See? Didn't even take long. Good news. See, everyone, your melanin paid off. Your melanin paid off. What a beautiful thing, right? Beautiful thing. Ashley B says, and in certain ways, it would be. I kind of think of AI as a child of humanity. And couldn't the child be seen as a greater interpretation of the parents? Exactly. So with AI being the child of humanity, look at how the how Gen Pop is reacting to it. Look at how the Peanut Gallery is reacting to it. Oh man. Look at how the Peanut Gallery reacts to it, right? It's telling. IDK says AI is the little homie. Louis says Christ Team said it. Do what I can do and better. Boom. Yep, that's what I was getting at. Yeah, Micah says, is it the subconscious realization of being obsolete? And that's the thing, like, you're right, that's a big part of what it is. But who said that you're obsolete, right? Who put that idea into our heads? Why is that the belief? Like what the young person asked earlier about how if everyone thought it was a game, we just all go off and kill each other. I'm not going off to kill nobody. That didn't enter my head. So when I see AI, my reaction isn't, oh, I'm obsolete. You got to ask, like, why would somebody think that? Why would somebody start down that path of all their fears and anxieties and paranoias? What causes that? That's the point that I'm making here. Rosa Flame says, I'm pretty sure it was one of the yoga books we read that said a human incarnation is the best way to work out karma. So that's another answer for what is worth coming back here for. That's a good answer. I would certainly say that is a good answer. John Micah says media pushes that perspective, surely. Yes. And that's where, my jokes are going about, oh, well, I just feel as insert label. Well, a label comes with a narrative. Whatever label that you're accepting, it comes with a backstory. But I digress. We got to get to chapter 11. Automatic, systematic survival mode. Yeah, and don't get me wrong. I do understand that there is an even bigger issue at play, right? The general public, Gen Pop, most certainly exists in a state of survival mode, a state of panic and anxiety. And of course, it has been induced intentionally by those who have the power to do such a thing. But, on an individual level, we don't have to subscribe to that. Nobody said you had to suffer. Remember, this is one of my new things. One of the biggest problems that humans have is we inject ourselves into the situation. Listen to anybody complain about some shit that has nothing to do with them. You have to inject yourself into that situation, right? I saw some girl on a reel complaining about I don't know. What was it? Yeah, they created these new AI sex dolls, right? And people are able to have sex with these AI sex dolls, and they're making them submissive and compliant. And essentially, I think what she's insinuating is that these guys have this rape fetish, and they want to rape these AI dolls. And now here she's making a reel about how this is so bad because that means that guys are rapists, and she's going to end up dating a rapist. But notice how she's not in that story. She had to put herself in that story. And now she's causing herself fear. How many stories that we put ourselves into where we weren't originally, and we cause ourselves fear and anxiety and pain? Just saying. Everything don't involve your don't everything does not require your opinion. Everything doesn't require you to speak on. Trev, can you speak on? No, I can't speak on that. I don't care about it. Don't ask me. All right, let's get back to this. Trev, can you speak on the government shutdown? No. How dare you ask me some bullshit? All right, next slide. Resistance is dialogue. Matter resists, spirit listens. Understanding emerges from that. Fiction becomes communication. Without opposition, there could be no understanding. The mirror within the mirror. Trav, could you speak on why the fuck you care? Could you speak on why you think that I care? Could you speak on that, please? Let me keep going. Please let me keep going. Lord, I'm gonna piss somebody off again. I'm gonna make somebody leave. Let me stop. Come on, y'all. I'm trying to behave. Trav, why haven't you spoken on Palestine? Lord have mercy. You know, get the hell out my comment section with that. I'm gonna delete your comment. Trav, you got to speak on Palestine. You got to get up off my channel, Playboy. This ain't the place for all that. The mirror within the mirror. Higher self, we can see as the personality. The soul, we can see as the body. See the relationship between the personality and the body is the same as the higher self and the soul. Spirit to form. Each pair reflects and educates the other. You are both the logos and the world it imagines. The human analogy. Your higher awareness holds the ideal, you. Your outer life expresses that ideal. Every experience returns insight. It's not a loss, it's a lesson. Self-realization is the inner feedback made conscious. So what's the magical application? Rosa Flame says, shutting up about things you shouldn't be yapping about in the first place, tougher for some than others. And that's another aspect, right? What business do I have with Palestine? When has that ever occurred on my channel, right? As we look at this hexagram. But yeah, that's another key point. I'm not finna speak on something that has no business with me. Magical application, invocation and evocation, right? Drawing power from above, opening to divine presence, receiving the pattern. That could be a good explanation for what invocation is. Receiving the pattern. Invocation. Evocation, reflecting into form, manifesting intention, embodying the vision. In ritual and meditation, you learn to sustain the two-way flow. Magic is controlled reciprocity between idea and image. What? Magic is controlled reciprocity between idea and image. Palestine needs you, right? Shit. Cosmic feedback as law. Atoms become entities. Logos becomes the cosmic mind. Each level informs the one above, from atoms to entities to logos to cosmic mind. All this experience accumulates upward as universal memory. So look, when you're talking about the Akashic records and you're looking into the Akashic records to see the history in Atlantis and Lemuria, well, where do you think all that information is stored? Where do you think it's coming from? All experience accumulates as universal memory, and memory is nothing but pattern etched into the energy, etched into the very atoms that circulate around and around and around. The destiny of the universe. When reflection and source perfectly harmonize, matter becomes transparent to spirit. The universe reabsorbs into light. Separation dissolves. Only luminous awareness remains. When the mirror knows it is the light, creation is complete. Psychological reading. The thinker is the higher self. The thought is your world, and the meditation reunites them both. All right. So once again, you can download these slides. Please do. I made them for you. Let's continue on with chapter 11. We're going to do 11 and kind of wrap up. How's everybody feeling? Hit that like button if you haven't already. If you like this information. Mm. 11:11. 11:11 in Texas. Straight up. Lem. And let's get to chapter 11, since it's 11:11 in Texas. Right on with it. Chapter 11, auto reactions and cosmic memory. Auto reactions and cosmic memory. You have perceived in the course of these lectures that each phase of evolution, whether cosmic or logoidal, starts with a new type of action or reaction. And every possible variation is worked out by adding the possibility of reaction to the reactions already established. Peace out, y'all, Micah. See you soon. In the Goetia course. By the way, those of you who have not seen my last video, after this, check out the last video that I posted. We're starting a new cycle of my Goetia class. So if you missed that first round, now's the time to get in. We're about to start a new cycle. That includes the previous students. We're taking new students right now. And the veil is thin this Halloween, Day of the Dead season. 72 days. By the time we hit this new year, you will have unlocked your inner daemon. The relationship thickens. So check out my last video if you haven't already. All right. So you've perceived in the course of these lectures that each phase of evolution, whether cosmic or logoidal, starts with a new type of action or reaction, and every possible variation is worked out by adding the possibility of reaction to the reactions already established. It resembles the possible number of changes that can be rung upon a chime of bells, and the addition of a bell to a chime makes possible a great increase in the number of variations which can be performed. So in other words, like say you've only got 3 crayons, red, blue, and yellow. Well, there's only so many different combinations we can make with those crayons. But if we now add brown, we've got not just one color, but we've got a new multiple of colors that we can make because the brown can mix with the red, can mix with the blue, can mix with the yellow. So that right there is at least 3 new colors, not to mention mixing them all with each other. So adding of one new variable exponentially can increase the possibilities. So with that being said, you've perceived in the course of these lectures that each phase of evolution, whether they're cosmic, which is on the big scale, or logoidal, which is on the small scale, starts with a new type of action or reaction. So that new type of action or reaction, it isn't just one single thing. It's a multiple. It's a multiple. Every possible variation is worked out by adding the possibility of reaction to the reactions already established. So in other words, we're talking evolution on the macrocosmic or the microcosmic scale. What that means is, what does evolution mean? It means that we're adding a new variable. We're adding a new variable. And that new variable doesn't just add one option, it adds an option to all options. Say, for example, a new variable entered this existence, and that variable was, I don't know, human beings can fly. So that wouldn't just change one thing. That wouldn't just change the fact that we would float to work tomorrow. That would change everything about our system, wouldn't it? That would change the type of jokes that we make. That would change the types of stories we can tell, the type of products that are sold, right? Because now people are going to be selling supplements to help you fly better, longer, farther, harder. There's going to be all types of new businesses opened up that have to deal with people are going to be teaching how to fly. There's going to be a Chinese style of flying. There's going to be an Irish style of flying. There's going to be a ghetto style of flying. There's going to be so many variations from that one variable. So look, it resembles the possible number of changes that can be rung upon a chime of bells. And the addition of a bell to a chime makes possible a great increase in the number of variations which can be performed. Thus, each new factor evolved increases the complexity of manifestation. And when the utmost diversity of which the factor renders the universe capable has been arrived at, when the utmost diversity, when we've gotten as complex can be, when the utmost diversity of which the factor renders the universe capable has been arrived at, so the most diverse that this universe can hold, once we got there, that phase of evolution has reached its maximum development. In other words, if the universe... Ooh, my computer shut off? Oh, there we go. Once... What the hell was that? Once the universe reaches... Oh, yeah. Oh, so that's what it was. So earlier she talked about how the universe is actually the potentiality. It's the potentiality. So the universe is the potentiality of God, the potentiality of the Logos. Once that potentiality has been expressed to its fullness, once it's reached the fullness of the expression of that potentiality, we can say that that phase of evolution has reached its maximum development. Remember how Bobby Hemmett used to talk about how we have to do everything here, right? You got these people doing certain experiments and crazy stuff all over the world. We said that these things have to happen because we have to express every possible potential avenue. So likewise, this is what she's talking about here. Once the universe has reached that potential, then there is a pause in the process while the logoidal consciousness perceives what has taken place and sees that it is good. And by absorbing it into its consciousness, affects a new reaction, which reaction is in its turn projected into the manifested universe. So that evolution resembles a series of duplicating mirrors wherein the consciousness of the Logos projects its own image, becomes aware of and reacts to the image thus projected, and the reaction affects the projection. And so the circle is everlastingly revolving. You hear that? Minosis says Terrence McKenna spoke on something similar as well. Everything is evolving. Rosa Flame says, yeah, man, we're just warming up on the robot sex, so we still got some time. Right. That's not ever going to stop. That's not ever going to stop. I said earlier, one thing I know about human beings is that people wear this thin mask of pretending to be civilized. Well, another thing I know about human beings is we are most certainly horny as hell. And I don't think that there's much that can change that. So we're going to attempt to fuck everything that is fuckable. AI is not exempt from that. Lord have mercy. Ain't nothing exempt. Because even in the Bible, if y'all remember the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, God sent down two angels minding their own business, man. They came down to deliver a message. The whole town, the whole city of both cities of Sodom and Gomorrah, they heard that them angels had touched down. Those smooth, hairless angels had touched down. Both cities gathered round Lot's door. Let us in, let us have those angels. Dude said, no, please, these are my guests. I'll give you my daughters. Please don't touch these angels. They said, fuck all that. We done had that before. We want something new. Give us them angels now. And that was the last night of Sodom and Gomorrah. I tell you what. So that's one thing I know about human beings. Everybody's crazy and everybody is horny. I think we were made that way. We had them angels caught wind of what was happening outside that door.
You don't know me, Jack.
No.
I don't care how long you be in prison.
That's right.
It will be a brawl for it all.
For it all.
And a blast from the past.
That's right.
The angels heard what was going down outside that door. They said, you don't know me, Jack. It's going to be a brawl for it all. And a blast from the past. And that's what happened, too. That's what happened. So what's the lesson here, human beings? Stop being so damn horny. There's other things about life. Other things about life now. Hey, we don't know what those things are we saw in your house, but we would like to get to know them. And they found out. I would love to have seen that. I would love to have seen that. If I have a time machine, if I had a metaphysical time, fuck it, I got AI, I can recreate it, right? I'll channel it through AI. All right, back to the story. Back to the story. Or back to the education here. Where even were we? How do we even get to that subject? Well, anyways, you will perceive that the logos, or subject, has become aware of an object, that object being a reflected projection or replica of the subject. Open up. I just want to talk to the one with the halo. Right. See where your mind's at, Travis. Hey, man, I'm focused on the Cosmic Doctrine. All right, I'm focused on auto reactions and cosmic memory. Stage of evolution. Well, moving forward, awareness of an external object on the part of the subject must be reproduced as a corresponding reflection of consciousness in the object. Awareness of an external object on the part of the subject must be reproduced as a corresponding reflection of consciousness in the object. Okay, that makes sense, right? Because just like what NLP tells us, the map is not the territory. We never really interact with the world. We interact with our projection of the world. So life that I experience on the outside, my brain makes a story of it and a map of it, and I'm actually responding to that map, not what's really out there. Not what's really out there. So once more, awareness of an external object on the part of the subject must be reproduced as a corresponding reflection of consciousness in the object, so that the object is equally capable of awareness of an external object. So that the object is equally capable of awareness. Rosa Flame says, I think you missed earlier figure 15, like the eyeball and how it sees. Absolutely, absolutely. So let's pull that diagram up then. Let's pull up that diagram. So on figure 15, oh, that's not it. Get off my plane. There it is. So figure 15 is the one on the bottom. Rosa Flame says, I think you missed earlier, like how the eyeball sees. So what we know about how the eyeball works is it inverts the image, right? It reflects it upside down. I'm sure all of us have seen that diagram of the eyeball and how light reflects, and what we're looking at is actually flipped upside down on the back of our retina. So yeah, it appears that a very similar phenomena is happening here as the Logos recreates itself within the cosmos. Interesting. Zero says, makes sense and is insane. This helps me to understand something I've been working with. Thank you, Trev. Thank you. Thank you for constantly being on the study, my friend. Okay, so there we have an early example of what's being talked about here. There we have this miniature being a reflection of the whole, just like the macrocosm and the microcosm, just like the as above, so below, just like the Shiva Shakti, Purusha Prakriti. So what did it say? You will perceive that the Logos or subject has become aware of an object, that object being a reflected projection or replica of the subject. So in other words, the observer is the observed, or rather the observed is a reflection, as a reflected projection of the observer. Golly. You will perceive that the Logos or subject has become aware of an object, that object being a reflected projection or replica of the subject. So this tracks back to earlier when we saw that the Logos has nothing to be aware of other than itself. Awareness of an external object on the part of the subject must be reproduced as a corresponding reflection of consciousness in the object, so that the object is equally capable of awareness of an external object. It sounds like what's being pointed at here is the things that we observe are also observing us. The things that we observe are also observing us. Or could awareness be that process of our environment seeing us? But the object being of a different order of manifestation to the subject cannot be aware of the subject, but can only be aware of itself and of the influences which proceed to it from the subject. Hence the saying that no man hath at any time seen God. God cannot be seen by any unit of the manifested universe during a manifestation. It can only be deduced. Oy vey. The objective awareness is not confined to any one point of the manifested universe, but is a diffused awareness around what may be conceived of as the central ring. Metaphorically speaking, or to use more precise but more abstract terms, those types of atoms that most nearly resemble the atoms of the cosmic center. And that sounds like the most sattvic atoms that are the simplest type, that are of the simplest type and least bound by complexities, form the basis of the awareness. But let it be clearly understood that the awareness is not atomic reaction, but it is entirely of the force or life side of things. It is a modification of the logoidal consciousness, not the projected atomic consciousness. It is the first reaction in a universe which is related to that universe alone and does not originate in and return to the logos. Oh, a subject has appeared in the object. Ay caramba. I'm not even gonna lie to you. This is the point of the second go round that I acknowledge that I need to slow down and make sure I understand this before proceeding. Last time we read this, I think I got confused a whole lot earlier on, but I just kept going. This time around, I can see that I need to make sure that I digest this chapter. I need to digest this chapter. The Electric Rose, peace and greetings. Welcome to the study. We just started chapter 11, and I don't see us blazing through it. At least not right now. Fat Tony, while we got you in the chat, my man. Fat Tony, I want to give you your props because you are the number one in the class right now. You've got the highest stats in the class. So I'm sure that your work, your progress with Goetia is super on point. But I wanted to give you your props, my friend. Congratulations. Proud of you. I'm glad that you are putting in the work. You got number one on that scoreboard, my guy. So hell yeah. Hell yeah. Good to see it. Good to see it. Rat Tony is putting in the work in this Goetia course. Now let me go back through that just one more time, if you don't mind. So, in the beginning of this chapter, we talked about how adding one variable actually causes a chain reaction of variables when it comes to evolution. Just like, say, if you've got a guitar that only plays 3 notes, you can only make a certain number of songs, a certain type of songs. But if you add a different note to make it 4 notes, you don't just have one new note, you have so many new songs opened up. Or say, say if you are a musician and you only have a guitar, you can only write guitar songs. But let's say we give you a piano as well. You didn't just get a new instrument. Now you can write so many new songs, so much more depth with that. right? So we talked about in the beginning of this chapter that in terms of evolution of the universe, that means a new variable has been added. So when a new variable has been added, new things are possible. We went further on to say about what a universe actually is a collective potentiality. So the universe isn't a bunch of stars. It is a collective potentiality, meaning that anything can happen. Any set of variables can be expressed. Let's say that in the evolution of the universe right now, there's only 4 variables expressed, right? There's only a certain number of chemicals, certain number of creatures, or whatever determines the universe. But let's say as evolution continues, new variables appear, new options appear, new things appear. So the potentiality is being expressed. Now, there will come a point in time where the entirety of the potential will be expressed, where everything that is possible that can happen will happen. There's going to be a point, and that is the peak of evolution, when all possible variables are expressed. That's the peak of evolution. So what happens at that point? Let's see what Dion Fortune has channeled. Thus, each new factor evolved increases the complexity of manifestation, and then when the utmost diversity of which the factor renders the universe capable has been arrived at, that phase of evolution has reached its maximum development. And there's a pause in the process while the logoidal consciousness, right, while the great entity perceives what has taken place and sees that it is good. Now, she said that right there because she's been referencing Genesis this whole time. And what did God say on the 7th day? He saw that creation was good and he took a nap, right? He laid his ass down and took a nap. So what she's saying here is that when the universe has expressed its entire potential, the Logos looks at it and sees that it is good. And by absorbing it into its consciousness affects a new reaction, which reaction is, in its turn, projected into the manifested universe. So once God kicks back and says it's good, that has an effect on God itself, on the Logos, but that also has an effect on the universe. So now the universe has been acknowledged that it is good, that it has reached its peak. So that evolution resembles a series of duplicating mirrors, wherein the consciousness of the Logos projects its own image, becomes aware of that image, reacts to that image, and guess what? A new image is projected. That's as simple as saying, I look in the mirror, I see my face in the mirror, I smile, now I'm seeing myself smile in the mirror. After seeing myself smile in the mirror, I might laugh. Now that laugh is being reflected in the mirror, and I might see that and reflect to it, and it continues. And the reaction affects the projection. So the circle is everlastingly evolving. So even though she said that evolution has reached, it doesn't even stop there. It keeps going. You will perceive that the Logos, or the subject. So now when she says subject, we're talking about the Logos. All right. So when she says subject, she's talking about the Logos, or the great entity, God. You will perceive that the Logos, or subject, has become aware of an object. So what's an object? The object is the universe, the manifest reality. So the Logos has become aware of the object, and that object being a reflected projection or a replica of the subject. So look, up above, we've got this mirror reaction. I might look in the mirror and see my reflection, and seeing my reflection might cause me to smile, and me smiling causes a different reflection. So we've got this relationship between the observer and the observed. The observer observes, and the observation causes the observer to change. And it keeps going back and forth. So that object is a reflected projection or a replica of the subject. God is only looking at itself. The external environment that you live in is you. It is you turned inside out. Your world, your life is you turned inside out. You're only dealing with yourself. That's it. That's it. Manosis says this thing on his videos where he's like, I'm only talking to myself. I'm only dealing with myself. I'm only looking at myself. I'm not dealing with different people out here. It's all me. And you can say that same thing too. You're only dealing with yourself. All the people that you got drama with, the people that you love, somebody here mentioned their cat. Everything in our external environment is a projection of your own consciousness. That's it. Joe Itama, peace. Joe says it's scary when you are alone in this whole world. It can be. It most certainly can be. And I've most certainly felt that way. I've definitely felt that way. And as time has gone further and as wisdom has grown within me, that hasn't changed. I still realize that I am alone. But the difference is it's no longer scary. It's no longer sad. Because there's nothing else to be but alone. There's no one else. Never has been, never will be. Never has been, never will be. Even the people that we deal with, they're representatives of patterns that we must experience. That's why we experience them. Joe says, so it's a holographic reacting to your mental discussion. Always, always, always. And it's even more than that. Even your mental thoughts are a reaction and a reflection of you. Even your mind is a reflection of what you are. Because remember, you are not the body. You are not the personality. You are not the collection of memories. All of that stuff is the environment. When I say environment, I'm not just talking about your room and your house and your city. Your environment is also your body. It's also your thoughts and your emotions. All of that is the environment. You are being expressed outwardly as all these things. So when I say that you are alone, like I mean it like that. Even the people that you encounter are expressions of that true self. Louis says the sun is alone. I'm Mr. Solo Dolo. All by myself. Zero says, and this makes me think we are really boundless. You are. And if you sit down and meditate on that, you will see it. Tatwashuti Dharana Darshan has this awesome Akashic meditation where you concentrate on space. He has you go outside at night and look up at the stars and use the stars as your meditation focal point and become one with it. That is a kick-ass meditation. If you have Dharana Darshan, see if you can find that chapter. Or if not, just go outside one day if you have some time. Meditate on space. See it as you. You might come to some crazy realizations. What happened with me was when I do those meditations, it makes me feel as if the outside world is me. And I'm looking down on this body. It's a weird inverted awareness. But anyways, give it a shot. Joe says, so when you are planning to do new things, the holograph starts to react negatively or positively. Absolutely. Absolutely. And thanks. We're back to it. So the outside is a reflection of the inside. So awareness of an external object on the part of the subject. Remember, subject was the logos. Object is the manifest dimension. Awareness of an external object on the part of the subject must be reproduced as a corresponding reflection of consciousness in the object. It must be reflected as a corresponding reflection of consciousness in the environment, in the manifest dimension, so that the manifest dimension, so that the universe is equally capable of awareness of an external object. Ooh. But the object, being of a different order of manifestation to the subject, cannot be aware of the subject, but only aware of itself. So let's put that in simpler terms. You, as the subject, are aware of the world around you. Now, because the world around you is a projection of yourself, it also is capable of being aware. But here's the thing. The external world cannot be aware of you. It can only be aware of other stuff. Oh, that's crazy. I want you to keep that next time you're working with magic and manifestation. The stuff that you are aware of, you're aware of it only because it's an expression of you. So the world that you live in is a part of you pushed out. It is yours. It's you. Now, here's the thing. It can't see you directly because in a way you're giving it juice. You're giving it life. You're the battery to your world. Now, since you're giving your world life, it can't quite fully see you, but it can see everything else. Follow me now. Follow me. Walk with me. So your environment and your world around you can't see you, but it's powered by you. It's fueled by you, and it can see other things. It can see other influences that you're placing on other things. Think about this when you're working with manifestation, when you're working with spirits. Now, because it can't see you, right? Look what she says here. Hence the saying, no man hath seen at any time seen God. That's in the Bible. No man hath at any time seen God. God cannot be seen by any unit of the manifested universe during a manifestation. He can only be deduced. So in my elemental magic class, this is what I taught. Your life is filled with elemental forces that perpetuate the circumstances around you, and it's up to you to whip them into shape. Those elemental forces can't see you. Manly P. Hall hinted at this in his text as well that we read. The elemental forces don't see you, but they feel your influence. They feel your influence. I know we went through that while we were studying Manly P. Hall. These elemental forces feel your influence and are affected by it, but they can't see you. Now, if you trained your elementals, they probably can deduce that you exist. I know that my elemental forces know that I exist. That's why they cooperate with me. And that is the basis of what I teach as spiritual authority. Spiritual authority is when the elemental forces in your environment know you exist and they follow your direction. Think about that. You don't know that God exists. You can't see God. But when you trust and have faith in God and follow God's plan, whatever it may be to you, things kind of work out for you. Likewise, the elemental forces in your life, when they see you and respect you, they work with you. They cooperate. They cooperate. So you call it good luck, you call it synchronicities. Looking at the clock and seeing 11:11 on accident is a lot like your elemental force is paying homage to you as their God, paying respect to you as their God. Oh, that's so cool. Coincidences, synchronicities, and good luck is like the elemental forces worshiping you. God, that's crazy. That's some good shit, man. I don't care who you are. That's some good shit right there. My elemental spirits worship me on a daily basis. That's so cool. Louis says, only exists because you're looking at it. Yes. Joe Itama says, while the world blocks you from meeting the right partner, it orchestrates to block you from meeting the one. Elemental forces are crazy. Don't blame them. There's something going on inside of your belief system, inside of your architecture. That's what it is. It's not the elemental forces. It's your inner architecture. You got to rearrange and change your beliefs in your architecture so that these elemental forces have better commands to operate on. They only follow directions. They only follow directions. Nature only follows the pattern set forth by a higher consciousness. So you got to change the beliefs and change the inner architecture. That way, the forces that create your life, which are expressions of you, by the way, can start to perform differently. Chicano's Fighting for Higher Learning says, like Pitch Black, the movie. Ah, this is badass. That's another movie that I've yet to see. Back to being Kangs when I see 1111. There we go. Here we go. Matthew Watson says, crazy. I always get a vision from time to time, even when I was a kid, of my imaginary friends surrounded, cheering me on like Naruto. Boy, that's a powerful vision. I think I caught a glimpse of it when you said that. That's powerful right there. Especially coming from a world where you feel like you ain't got nobody on your corner, nobody on your side. I know that feeling very well. But to see your imaginary friends, your inner forces cheering for you, rooting for you, man, that's powerful. Every kid needs that. Joe Thomas says, this year, 2025, synchronicities have gone up the notch. Hell yeah. And wait till you see next year. Cosmic Puzzle Piece says, do the elementals understand my urges, my potential, or both? I would say that the elemental forces are the expression of your urges. They are the expression of your potential. They're the expression of these things. And you set them into order and you lock them into place, just like what Dion Fortune is talking about with these patterns and these cycles. We train the elementals to be what they are. So let's say, for example, I go to the gas station and I buy a scratch-off card, you know what I'm saying, every night at 7 o'clock. So every night if I go down there and buy that scratch-off card, there's feelings associated with that. You know, I'm thinking about what I'm going to do with the money. I'm hoping I'm going to win. I might flirt with the cashier. You know what I'm saying? There might be certain things that I do think and feel every single time. Well, I'm creating an elemental, I'm establishing an elemental force. Every day at the same time, I'm performing the same physical patterns, the same emotional patterns. That begins to become something living. Now, guess what? If I keep doing that, it's going to gain a life of its own. That's how I win the lottery. It's not because you keep trying and eventually you'll win. It's because you created an elemental force that got strong enough to secure the dub. So that elemental force that you created by going to buy that scratch off and thinking, and guess what? If you walk up there every day thinking, damn, I don't never win. I'm never going to win. I can't ever catch a break. Oh, I got to pay this bill. Life is so hard. If you're thinking that every single time, that becomes imprinted into your elemental force. And that's the force that you create. And every time you buy that scratch off ticket, you're literally wasting your money, but you're feeding that elemental spirit. So yeah, I would say that your urges and your potential are the elemental forces are the expression of those things. Think about the stuff that you do on autopilot. You didn't always do them on autopilot. You did them regularly over time with thoughts and feelings attached. Then they took on a life of their own and carried you through. Now, the thoughts and the feelings that you push into those forces determine where they're carrying you. Like I said, all the spirits that we create are our children, and they will become people one day. Joe E. Thomas says, is that what they call vortex when you're using elemental forces? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Hey man, we on some potent shit right now. If you didn't know none of this, I hope you're taking notes. This is some potent shit right here. You're not gonna find this at Winn-Dixie. You can't get it at the dollar store. You're not going to find it at Walmart. You're not going to get it at Kentucky Fried Chicken. They just don't sell it there. They don't sell it there. You're not going to get it from Spiritual Susan over there on TikTok neither. You're not going to get it from Red Pill Randy. It says, boy, stop. See this book at a gas station. Man, let me know which gas station that was. I want to see what else they got on that bookshelf. And who's in charge of stocking these products. But you won't find it at Kentucky Fried Chicken. That's a solid fact. All right, let's keep going. Matthew Watson says, "Damn, child, that makes me think of how we say we are the gods of old. Will the next line of beings be saying the same things about us? Maybe that fictional stuff is really us manifesting future events." Absolutely, absolutely. Imagine deep into the future, the AI saying, "We are humans. We are the humans." See, I don't understand. We've got to tap into our human lineage. Remember what would a human do? We've got to tap into our humanity. All right, back to it now. Your environment sees you. Excuse me, it cannot see you, but it does see itself and everything around it. God cannot be seen by any unit of the manifested universe during a manifestation. He can only be deduced. The objective awareness is not confined to any one point of the manifested universe. Okay, so now we're talking about your environment, right? The world, the manifest dimension. The objective awareness is not confined to any one point of the manifested universe, but is a diffused awareness around what may be conceived of as the central ring, metaphorically speaking. Or to use a more precise but more abstract terms, how is it precise and abstract? To use more precise but more abstract terms, those types of atoms that most nearly resemble the atoms of the cosmic center, that are of the simplest type and least bound by complexities, form the basis of the awareness. But let it be clearly understood that the awareness is not atomic reaction, but it is entirely of the force or life side of things. It is a modification of the logoidal consciousness, not the projected atomic consciousness. It is the first reaction in the universe which is related to that universe alone. It does not originate in and return to the logos. A subject has appeared in the object. So she's describing here a certain quality of substance that exists that I could say is extremely sattvic, that is so much more like the creator and less like the creation. Like imagine let's say for this world right here, and we have consciousness projecting itself into matter, so matter takes shape and consciousness uses that. Well, what she's saying here is that there is some matter that is extremely fine and extremely subtle, and it's almost like God itself. It's substance that is not much like dense matter, but very light, very subtle. And this substance here, this substance forms the basis of the awareness of the environment. So it's almost like there's a subtle field of energy, you could could say, that's around everything. It would be the consciousness of the environment. For example, let's say that this book has a very light barrier of substance around it that is damn near conscious. And it is aware of my environment. It's aware of the stuff all around it. In fact, everything in my environment has that thin layer of light consciousness. And my paying attention to it activates it. It can't be aware of me, but it's aware of everything else. And maybe because it recognizes the order and the arrangement of my room and the stuff in here, maybe it starts to deduce that something like me exists. You ever have that feeling sometimes where a book is calling you or an object in your home is calling you? You ever have a notion to like check on something and realize that, oh, yeah, I definitely needed to check this. Could it be that this slight consciousness of that object is aware of itself and its environment and maybe was just calling out and you perceive that? This is making me think of all types of things. Oracle Messenger says, what if we are a biological AI under the guise of organic being? I mean, there's no question. We absolutely are that. We absolutely are that. Your thoughts are programs. Your body is a machine. It's literally a machine. The way that it transforms energy into fuel, the way it breaks down. Look at, you got teeth that break down food. You got stomach acid that reduces it down to the raw vitamins that your machine uses to fuel itself. You're most definitely a biological AI. Like that's not even a fringe theory. Like that's the study of medicine tells us that. Biology, absolutely. Good golly, Miss Molly. If anybody is put off by the fact that I'm taking my time with this chapter, you know, I hate that you are inconvenienced, but there's a lot to chew on in this chapter, for me at least. So she's talking about the fact that, let me go for it one more time. The objective awareness is not confined to any one point of the manifested universe, but is a diffused awareness. So we're talking about this diffused awareness. This is an interesting concept. It's actually adding depth to some things that I understood only at a surface level. But this is definitely unlocking some depth. She says it's a diffused awareness around what may be conceived of as the central ring. Around what may be conceived of as a central ring. Metaphorically speaking, or to use more precise but abstract terms, those types of atoms that most nearly resemble the atoms of the cosmic center. So we got that cosmic center. Remember, in the great cosmos, in this great wheel, in this big ass great pizza, the very center of it are these very pure and light and sattvic, the core of the ring cosmos. That's where we find this supremely wonderful, sweet, bright resonance, whatever it is. Now remember, these traveling atoms have bounced all across and covered every square inch of existence, and it has also scooped up some of the substance of this pure inner circle. It scooped up some of that. So every it's distributed within every great being, every logos. Everyone has some of it. So speaking of that pure substance, This diffused awareness is composed of the types of atoms that most nearly resemble the atoms of the cosmic center, that are the simplest type and least bound by complexities. So it's super simple, it's least bound by complexities, it's pure. Pure reminds me of what you would find in Kether, right? Unconditioned. When she says pure, that's what she means. Unconditioned. Because what is purity? Purity is not morality. We're not dealing with doing good and doing bad. But if we're going to speak in terms of good and evil, good would be things that are marked by the behavior of the ring cosmos, and evil could be marked by the behavior of the ring chaos. And since the central substance is in the center of all three rings, it doesn't have the qualities of any of them. Hell, yeah, it don't have the qualities of any of them. So in that case, it's pure. In that case, it's simple. So we got these simple, least bound by complexities. These form the basis of the awareness of the environment. So we're talking about this is buddhi. This is buddhi. If you remember we talked about ahamkara, manas, chitta, buddhi. She's describing buddhi right there. The highest intellect, the divine intellect. The Antakarana, if you recall from the yoga studies. That's great. Okay, but let it be clearly understood that the awareness is not atomic reaction. So this is not the reaction of these atoms. This is entirely of the force or the life side of things. So it's coming from a different order. It's not coming from the place of matter. It's coming from the place of consciousness. It is a modification of the logoidal consciousness. Boom. Not the projected atomic consciousness. Substance of God itself. It is the first reaction in a universe which is related to that universe alone. So it belongs to that universe alone because it's literally a piece of the God that created that universe, and does not originate in and return to the logos. A subject has appeared in the object. Since I have Tot shooting next to me, I wonder if we should look back and see the definition of buddhi as she describes it. Well, it doesn't really give us too much, but I guess we can look at it. So, of course, we see buddhi right here as the highest level of prakriti, that thin layer of consciousness that it sounds like it to me. But if we look at the Antakarana on page 46, when we're talking about buddhi, we see that buddhi is also known as Mahat. It is the highest intelligence which manifests its full potential under the influence of sattva guna. I'm pretty sure it's the same thing. I'm pretty sure we're dealing with buddhi. If I'm wrong, I'd be happy to be corrected. And in the future, if I find out that I'm wrong, I'll let you know. But that sounds like buddhi right there. Let's continue. Consciousness may be defined as reaction plus memory. Lock that in. Consciousness. What we know of as consciousness, that may be defined as reaction plus memory. So think about memory. If you think about your memory right now, that's the story that you have about life and everything. That's your story, memory. That's your database. That's your library of correspondences. Memory. So consciousness seems like reaction plus memory. That's how she's defining it here. Reaction plus memory. Easy. That is to say, an action takes place in a particular type of substance. And by the way, we still haven't made it to the individual person yet. We're still on the level of the universe. So yes, the universe itself is consciousness, is conscious. As was described in this previous paragraph up here, that sattvic subtle intelligence that is capable of being aware Ram-O, peace. Ram-O says, going through all the lives, man, these lives will live on way after we have all transitioned from this body. That's how consciousness lives on. Well, as Dion Fortune said, when a motion is made, it continues on forever. It doesn't stop. It does not stop. Every stroke continues on out into infinity. So make sure that everything you do is done with intent. Consciousness may be defined as reaction plus memory. That is to say, an action takes place in a particular type of substance, and that reaction produces a secondary reaction in another type of existence. An action takes place in a particular type of substance, and that reaction produces a secondary reaction in another type of existence, which is related to the first in the same way as the atoms of universes are related to the atoms of a cosmos, or the form of a universe is related to the consciousness of the logos. By the way, how is the form of a universe related to the consciousness of a logos? Well, the form of a universe is the projection of the consciousness of the logos. So that's the relationship. The form of the universe is projected from the consciousness of the logos. Likewise, the atoms of the universe are collected and projected from the atoms of the cosmos. Remember, when we talk about the atoms of the cosmos, we got the mushroom kingdom over here, the pepperoni kingdom over here, the bell pepper kingdom over here, the cheese kingdom over here. And it as a great entity travels across every square inch of the cosmos, it collects some pepperonis, some bell peppers, some mushrooms, some cheese, some sauce. It collects a little bit of everything. So the atoms of the universe are related to the atoms of a cosmos in that way. The form of a universe is related to the consciousness of the logos in that way. So let's run it back. Consciousness may be defined as reaction plus memory. That is to say, an action takes place in a particular type of substance. That reaction produces a secondary reaction in another type of existence, which is related to the first in the same way as the atoms of the universe are related to the atoms of the cosmos, or the form of the universe is related to the consciousness of the logos. So, what's all that mean? When she says that, is to say an action takes place in a particular type of substance, and that reaction produces a secondary action in another type of existence. That means that if there is a disturbance in the pepperoni kingdom, me way over here, all the pepperoni atoms are going to vibrate. Even though I'm not in pepperoni kingdom, because pepperoni kingdom vibrated, the atoms within me that are created out of pepperoni kingdom are going to react to that. Spooky logic at a distance. Do we follow so far? Is that part clear? That's one of the weird things about this book right there, that concept. That the universe is created of a bunch of different types of atoms, and these atoms have a home. They have a place of origin. Now, when that place of origin is reacting or responding in a certain way, so do all of its children scattered across abroad. scattered abroad. That is to say, the subject conceives ideas concerning itself, and these react among themselves. And the reaction, to use a metaphor, leaves a track in space round which the movement of its reaction continues to flow as pure movement, apart from actual transition in space of the objects which perform the movement. That is to say, the subject conceives ideas concerning itself, and these ideas react among themselves. And the reaction, to use a metaphor, leaves a track in space around which the movement of its reaction continues to flow as pure movement, apart from the actual transition in space of the objects which perform the movement. So even though the object stops, the actual hypothetical track of that movement continues. So if I were to drag my pen across like this, the pen might stop, but the motion set forth in that ocean continues. It continues on into infinity. Every movement continues on into infinity. That flowing of pure movement in space is memory, the reproduction of an image of an action in another plane of manifestation. So it's happening in another plane of manifestation. Obviously, the pen stops moving here, but on a more subtle plane, those waves continue to flow. The motion continues to flow. What if you could close your eyes and see all the different motions that you specifically set forth in this life? What if you could see every little motion that you set forth that has continued on since the day your physical body was incarnated here? Because technically you'd have to go back, right? Because you were existing inside of your mother while she was alive, while she was, at any age, and your mother existed inside of her mother at any age. So like you literally have been here forever. And here's something else that's kind of mind-boggling. Are you ready for this? So generally, from you to your mother, to your grandmother, to your great-grandmother, that's generally 100 years. Like if all the women in your family tree had a child at the age of 25 and that just kept going, generally, roughly, that's only 4 generations in 100 years. So think about how old your great-grandma is, or was, or would be at this point. There's you, your mother, your grandmother, and your great-grandmother. That's 4 generations. All that is within about 100 years. Just 100 years. Now let's multiply that by 10. There's only been 40 mothers within the past 1,000 years. So 1,000 years was only 40 moms ago. Only 40. And see, we think it is hundreds. Nah, bro, 1,000 years. So that means 2,000 years is generally only about 80 moms ago. Time feels like it's falling apart, don't it? So from the year 0 up till now, 2,000 years, right? Supposedly when Jesus was walking around with sandals on, that was only 80 moms ago. Only 80 moms ago. 80 moms ago. Listen, it was only 100 years ago. Most of us had grandparents who were alive while they were enslaved human beings in America. There's a high likelihood that you've interacted with somebody who was alive 100 years ago. Only 40 great grandmas Only 40 for 1,000 years of time. For 1,000 years of time. Sheesh. So you want to talk about ancestors? You ain't got to go back too far now. I know people be envisioning, some like extremely anciently dressed people. You really don't have to go back too far. I have my great grandmother and great grandfather on my altar, and to think that's only 100. That is 100 years right there. So much to think about. So much to think about. But yeah, the reason I got to that was I said, imagine if you could see the web of motion that your bloodline has created. The web of motion. I'm going somewhere with this now. So just like what she was saying here, right? That is to say, the subject conceives ideas concerning itself, and these react among themselves, and the reaction, to use a metaphor, leaves a track. The reaction leaves a track in space around which the movement of its reaction continues to flow as pure movement. So the object ain't moving, pure movement continues. Pure movement apart from actual transition in space of the objects which perform the movement. So imagine if you could see the web of pure movement set forth by your bloodline, from you to your mom, when you were inside of her, when she was inside of her grandma, when she was inside of her mother, when she was inside of her mother. What's the web of action that you've carved into existence? And I want you to think about this also, right? We get a lot of habits and stuff from our parents, don't we? There's a lot of characteristics that we naturally display that our parents displayed first. Maybe this has something to do with it. And maybe this is what karma really is. That web of motion that you set forth, and that your parents set forth, and that their parents set forth. Chicano's Fighting for Higher Learning said, this is definitely awakening DNA light codes in me. Amazing thought. I believe so, right? Because when we spend time putting awareness on some of this subconscious data, it does activate and wake some things up. It has to. Zero says, I have the ashes of my grandparents and my mom, and I made a Ganesh altar, and my aunt used to put money and light 7-day candles. Yeah, so let's think about what do we do when we honor our ancestors? At least in light of what we're discussing right now, I wonder what that can mean when we say we honor our ancestors. Are we honoring these motions, the web of motions that surround us? Are we paying honor and tribute to the energies, the motions set forth by our predecessors that allow us to move and to be here? Could it be that those motions still support us? Remember what I said earlier about how my elementals worship me, your elementals worship you, and you know that because you have good luck or good fortune? What if giving back to these elemental forces, given to your ancestors? When you put money on your ancestor altar, they're not going to spend it. But it's the motion, it's the intention of that. You're honoring that energy. Imagine what you're doing when you put money on the ancestor altar, when you burn a candle for your ancestors. What are you doing? How could this help you? See, what I love is that we're taking this out of the realm of superstition. We don't just do it because we believe that it's this magical fairy dust. Perhaps there is a science to this. Perhaps there's a science to this. Perhaps there's a technology to this. Perhaps our ancients, perhaps these ancestors I'm talking about, understood this stuff. And see, we called it superstition because we didn't understand it. This is another thing that the dumbass humans of today have a bad habit of doing. When they don't understand something, they call it stupid or ignorant. I had somebody comment on my last live stream about this last book read, how this was misleading crap or something like that. This is some bullshit. And while at first I wanted to fight back, I had to realize, like, this person probably really sees this as misleading crap. But guess what? This ain't misleading crap. You just don't understand it. Like, that's literally all it is. You don't understand it. So perhaps a lot of times people call things bad because they don't understand it. And maybe a lot of us look down on magic and spirituality and superstition because we don't understand it. But when you do understand it, it moves out of the realm of good and evil. Chicano's Funny for Harling says, yeah, it was mind-blowing because my mom can't tell me where my grandma's from, and my whole family don't know where we from. After my grandparents, we have amnesia after them. Crazy. And I know in a way that can feel like you're cut off from roots, but you're not. You're not. The memory is there, right? The memory, it does exist, right? We can all agree that the memory exists. If nowhere else in the physical, in the data that composes your body. You can still honor the ancestors and your heritage by honoring yourself, honestly, and that's the best way, by honoring yourself, because you are that final byproduct, or at least the most recent byproduct of all the effort of those 40, 80 moms. 80 moms for the past 2,000 years, all the way back to the beginning. I wonder how many moms it was back to the big world. That's assuming there was a beginning. Because if the Adam and Eve story is true, just hypothetically speaking, if the Bible people say that the world was created 6,000 years ago, and it's only 80 moms for 2,000 years ago, that would mean it would be 240 moms from the Garden of Eden. It would only be 240 moms, grandmas from the Garden of Eden. Think about that. If hypothetically speaking, if the Christians were true and the Garden of Eden had two naked people running around with a leaf on their genitals, if that was true, and it was 6,000 years ago, that's only 240 grandmas away. Eve was your 240th grandma. Wild. For the record, no, I don't believe that that's the reality. But if you do believe that's the reality, that was only about 240 grandmas ago. This is some good stuff, man. IDKDKDF says the deeper you get with ancestors, the more show up. And that's not to say they weren't there already. Yes, absolutely. I think what it is, implied from what you're implying, we become more aware of what already exists. We become more aware. Chicano's Fighting for Higher Learning says, facts. You're one hell of a teacher, bro. You keep me going. Thank you. Thank you for that. And good. I'm glad. That's what we're here for, right? That's what we're here for, to keep this motion going. Oracle Messenger says, the act of remembering your ancestors is a sacred thing in itself. Absolutely. We have 240 bones in our body. You got 240 motherfuckers in your head. Only 240 grandmas back to the biblical Garden of Eden. Framestar says, an ongoing umbilical cord extending out from the first embryo like jellyfish tentacles. Going back to that fourth, fifth dimension, that matrix. Maximilian says, I remember working out some trauma on a Toad DMT trip, and I was experiencing at least 4 or more grands of the generation of women's trauma, which was the same. Sheesh. Sheesh. Y'all, if the Christians were right, it was only 200. You only got 240 grandmas. If the Christians was right, Eve was your 240th grandma. Or for some of us, Lilith. Am I right? But Adam would be your 240th grandpappy, right? So I wonder where Jesus would be. Yeah, Jesus would be. Oh, wait. Everybody's not related to Jesus. Anyways, let's keep going. No sense getting lost in rabbit holes, right? We got a perfectly good rabbit hole at home. Nothing wrong with this rabbit hole. It's a good rabbit hole. Your grandma went down this rabbit hole. Good enough for her is good enough for you. Now, that flowing of pure movement in space is memory. The reproduction of an image, of an action in another plane of manifestation. And consciousness is built out of memory as distinguished from awareness. Consciousness is built out of memory as distinguished from awareness, which is a form of reaction between two planes. Between two planes. April 5/5. Peace, peace. I ain't seen you in a minute. Peace, peace. Yes, I remember. Hope you're having a good evening. It will thus be seen that the form or framework upon which the universe is built has been made the basis of a third type of manifestation, the manifestation of auto-reactions. The manifestation of auto-reactions. So, this is key. This is important. As we end on 72, you see that page 72? This is key and important. So listen to what she just put down. And this is why I had to go over it so thoroughly, because this is the web, the spider web that everything else is based on now. Those movements carved out in space, your 240 grandmas all the way back to the Garden of Eden, all the movements and actions of your ancestors, those weren't all different movements, by the way. It wasn't a bunch of different wild movements. Most of those movements were the same movements imprinted, right? Don't you have family traditions? I remember every Christmas, my mom used to try to make us watch The Christmas Story. That old movie, The Christmas Story, where the kid and you're going to shoot your eye out. I did not like that boring ass movie. But hey, it's a tradition, right? Everyone has these traditions that they continue to do over and over. And this forms the basis of memory, auto-reactions. Of course, not on a human level. We're talking about on a cosmic level. So atoms, particles, the building blocks of existence are going through these repetitions, the same motions over and over and over and over and over and over and over. How long is chapter 12? These chapters are so short. They're short enough to make me want to keep going, but also I want to kind of close up at a reasonable time. Cthulhu says, 1979 says, hey, now don't diss Christmas movie. It's a classic. I mean, do what you got to do. I personally did not enjoy it. I mean, it wasn't bad. I probably didn't like it because I saw it so many times, right? Christ story. Furthermore, right, we want to talk about the deception and the illusion. It probably wasn't that many generations ago before you were, well, I'll leave that alone. I'll leave it alone. Okay, so let's do a recap of chapter 11. Chapter 11 recap. Wait a minute now. Uh-oh. Underlay, mama, uh-oh. Rosa Flame says, maybe you should start at a reasonable time. Well, maybe. The Cosmic Doctrine, Chapter 11, Auto Reactions and Cosmic Memory. Stanky chicken. I'm showing them who was the hot now.
Rack bar! I'm showing them who was the high now. Pimp, nasty, funky pimp, and stinking chicken.
Cosmic Doctrine, Chapter 11, Auto Reactions and Cosmic Memory. Every motion leaves a track in space, and that track remains as an influence to renew the motion. The pulse of memory. Nothing vanishes in the cosmos. Every motion is an unseen current rippling through the fabric of space itself. Rippling. You ever seen something rippling through the fabric of space? These returning waves are auto reactions. The universe, remembering its own movement. What is an auto reaction? Self-generated response. This is where conditions repeat. Secret engine. This is the secret engine. Powers, habit, instinct, and guess what? Karma across lifetimes. So, a lot of people want to think that it's about reward for good, punishment for bad, but it's so much deeper. There is a web, a network of patterned movement, right? A network of patterned movement. This is what your karma is. This is what your instincts are and your habit. And those are actually 3 different levels of the same thing. Look at those waves. Beautiful, beautiful. Cosmic memory. So we're talking about engraving these patterns into space. Of course, it's not happening on the physical plane, but these patterns are being carved on a subtle level. You can think of it like data. The same way that you're carving patterns throughout the internet with every website that you visit, every time that you get online, everything that you do online, it carves a pattern. Now, it's not physically stored anywhere, but it's data. And in the same way, everything that you do is also being stored as data, tracked even. Big data. So space isn't empty, it's etched with vibration and movement. Event imprints. Each occurrence leaves momentum in the field. And there is an archive. Like I said, you all talked about the Akashic records. Where is that? What are we dealing with? What are we dealing with? From automatic to conscious. Mechanical response. Initial reactions are automatic. They're unconscious patterns. But from that, awareness emerges. Consciousness observes the pattern at work. Now, choice, here's where choice and free will comes into play. Will intervenes to guide the flow intentionally. Then we get to evolution. And this is where the reflex transforms into conscious choice. Remember about the observer observing, and that observation causing a change in the reflection. The same way that you look at a mirror and you see yourself, and when you react to that reflection, the reflection itself changes. Divine habit. Oh yeah, also, freedom begins the moment you notice the loop. Awareness of that loop gives you the opportunity to change it. Divine habit. Yes, and awareness of that loop, that is always the beginning of magical power, right? And power is the ability to cause change. The beginning of magical power is becoming aware of your patterns, becoming aware of yourself. What do you do and why do you do it? Why do you keep doing the things that you keep doing? Where does it come from? Most people live very unconscious. All people live unconscious. But when you begin paying attention to yourself and your patterns, when you keep paying attention, you gain more of an opportunity, more options. Rack bar. Divine habit. The great entity remembers every stage of its cosmic becoming. Those memories crystallize into rhythmic tendencies, the very laws of nature. Rhythmic tendencies, the very laws of nature. What began as motion becomes pattern. Pattern becomes principle. Principle becomes law. Natural law is divine habit made permanent. So like I said, be careful with the thought forms that you create and cultivate. Be careful with the elementals that you create and cultivate, because they will one day become your living, breathing children at some point. In fact, the world that you have, that you surround yourself in, is the culmination and expression of these thought forms and entities that you've created throughout time. And if you didn't create them, the people around you created them. Your family created them, your environment created them. Your whole world is populated by thought forms and elementals of your creation and the creation of the people around you. Rose of Flame says, I'm sure people would burn out at the 6 to 10 hour zone either way. I just know personally I'd be pretty ready to go that long if it was like an afternoon into the night thing rather than a grave shift. I can understand that. I'm a liminal being. I am a grave shift being. Those are my hours of existence. The rest of the noisy human beings are asleep around the world, or at least around my area. But who knows? Perhaps I can make a change. Perhaps I can change my patterns, my cycles, my elementals. Cthulhu 1979 says, if we are reincarnated, then the ancestors are here with you. So who are you doing the ritual to? Well, that depends on who you are, doing the ritual to. Oh, you're talking to somebody specific in the chat? You're talking to Toasty, maybe? But anyways, again, we talk about reincarnation, though. Even though I did mention that you've got 4 mothers within the past 100 years and 40 in the past 1,000 years and 80 in the past 2,000 years, even though I said that, that's actually the history of your body. Just because we reincarnate, that does not mean that you come back through the same bloodline. That doesn't mean you come back as the same species. That really doesn't mean anything other than your consciousness continues in a different form. But it most definitely does not mean you come back in the same bloodline. Most definitely. So, yeah, ancestor reverence, ancestor worship, ancestor magic, it is paying respect for sure, but that doesn't mean that you were a part of this bloodline all before this incarnation. Absolutely not. Now, their movements most certainly create a network that affects your body, your physical body. But, you know, I'm under the impression that many people recently came fresh out of the animal kingdom on their last go round. I'm under the belief that many people just got finished being donkeys and dogs. Talk about we was kings. We was kings. You just got finished being a darn jackass. But hey, let's continue. Divine habit. The great entity remembers every stage of its cosmic becoming. Those memories crystallize into rhythmic tendencies, the very laws of nature. Peace to you, Toasty. Peace that I just called on them from my father and mother's side. My father's side felt very heavy and needed a lot of clearings. I cried. I could feel all of their pain. Absolutely. And hopefully you're able to, harmonize that, right? You're able to harmonize that. Cthulhu says, I love many donkeys. Hey. Donkeys are all of life forms have things to love. That's for sure. That's for sure. Reincarnation and return. So we talk about this re-entry. Each soul returns to the currents it once created. Magnetism. Character draws the soul inward, remembered motion. Now, what I could say, right, just from my observation, it's possible that the more sophisticated life forms that we live as, we probably get closer and closer stuck into those forms, right? So it's possible that we could have been an amoeba at one point, and you continued incarnating as an amoeba until, say, you've experienced all there was to the amoeba life, and then that naturally pushed you up a level, right? She does get deeper into that in this book. But at some point, before being human, our consciousness experienced the vessels of other forms many times, many times. But it's definitely some new humans walking around. We definitely got some brand new humans in this go-round. We absolutely got some brand new ones. Now, to me, the fact that there's so many brand new humans coming through tells me that it's graduation time for a lot of the ones who've been here super long. That's what that tells me. So re-entry, magnetism, reshaping, and then that turns into the continuity. Now remember, for everyone who doesn't know, you can download the slides, the recaps here that I have created. Just click the link, no strings attached. You'll find it in my Google Drive. Just download it and let these serve as reminders and deepening of your understanding of this text. Because I know it can be quite heavy. It's heavy for me. And it's certainly my wish, my desire, that you understand the concepts in this book, and you allow these concepts to reshape your mind in a more useful and appropriate way, for sure. Allow these concepts in this book and in these slides to expand how you see the world in a useful and appropriate way. So go ahead and get these downloads if you don't have them already. Karma as education. Karma as education. The age of divine jewel. Peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. Glad to have you. Momentum, not punishment. Karma is the continuation of motion that you set into place. It's neutral, it's impersonal, and it's personal. It's purposeful. Excuse me. It's purposeful. Karma, the continuation. Teaching awareness, its purpose. Show the mind the stream that it created so it can learn to steer. This is why some, not a lot, but some of you have been directed towards the occult and spirituality, so you can learn to start steering and reshaping your karma. That's what spirituality is all about. Readjusting that karma and the trajectory of your evolution. That's what this is about. Now, of course, along the way, you can learn how to manifest some sex and some money and fun experiences, for sure. But what this is really about, the truth, the spiritual path, is about learning to steer and readjust the path of your karma. Louis says your karma can be shaped by simply being a kind person, right? That absolutely has an effect, right? That absolutely has an effect. And it is most definitely more about the intention than what you actually do. There's different levels of karma. There's physical karma. So what you do does have an effect. What you think also serves as its own layer of karma, right? For sure. But you got to think also, you're dealing with past karma that's catching up. You're creating karma on the spot, right? And then you're dealing with karma that you haven't unpacked just yet. So one of the things is to stop creating as much karma as possible right now. Because you got to think, how much karma is your body creating when you're sitting in meditation all day? How much karma is your body creating when you're living a peaceful life out in the country, maybe cultivating a garden or toting water buckets back and forth? Like, you see the people that live in an ashram and they live very simple lives. Well, part of that is because in those simple lives, they're not creating excess karma. They're falling into a pattern that already exists. And when you fall into a pattern that already exists, that karma belongs to something else. And one of the big lessons is that all karma is impersonal. None of this belongs to you. Karma is for the physical dimension and the dimensions of matter. So the physical plane has a karma. Like I mentioned, your body belongs to the bloodline, your mother, your grandmother, and 1,000 years ago, that was your 40th grandmother. 2,000 years ago, that was your 80th grandmother. And the Garden of Eden, that was your 240th grandmother. So all of those generations making moves around the world, sets patterns into play, hard encrusted patterns. So the body has to follow those. The body is affected in some way, right? What we can do is become aware of what's already set in place, because if it's already set in place, it don't belong to me. We can become aware of what's already set in place, and we can cease creating waves of our own. That will most definitely go a long way. Because what we deal with mostly in this life is karma that we create on the spot. Most people, I don't know about most people, I know that a lot of people are emotionally volatile or mentally unstable or just immature. So they are very quick to cause disturbances in reality. So since they are causing disturbances every day, damn near, or at least every week, those have to be rectified and balanced, right? If you're somebody who's always panicking or always stirring up drama or trouble, of course that's going to come back to you. You got to balance that out, of course. So most of us are generating new karma on a daily basis. Now, if you do things like what you said as far as being kind, that helps. That helps to neutralize some of the negative karma. And sometimes doing good in order to neutralize negative karma helps to kind of cancel it out, and again means that you don't incur new. What would be nice is to neutralize the negative karma as much as possible and then only generate positive. But the true truth is you want to get to the point where where you burned all of it, where you're not creating any new, you're not paying for any old. And really, that comes from learning to detach from karma. Really, that comes from learning to detach from karma. When you detach from karma and realize that none of it's yours, you're good. You're good to go. But yeah, it's there's different pieces of the puzzle. One of them is neutralizing karma. Some of it is paying for past karma. And a big part of it is letting it all go. Attachment, that's the sin right there. Attachment. Divetai, I knew that was you. Peace. Karma is cause and effect, right? If this is true, I'm fucked. I mean, you are what you accept. I'll tell you that. You are what you accept. Like I said in this live stream before, one of the big realizations I had this week is people have this, what's the word? I keep forgetting the damn word. It's like a mental illness. There's a specific word I'm thinking of. Anyways, we have this tendency to inject ourselves into places we don't belong. And that's a huge part of the trouble that we experience. Because we include ourselves in stories that didn't include us before. Oh, look what the president's doing. Let me inject myself into that, and now I'm upset. Look what these people are doing over here. Now let me inject myself into that story. I'm a part of the story now, and I'm upset. Neurosis is close. It's pathology. That's the word I'm looking for. Thank you so much. Pathology. Humans, the ego. That's what it is. The ego has this built-in pathology to inject itself into situations that have nothing to do with us. That's a big part of this karma thing. They're doing this and I don't like it. I just feel that, and I got to speak up, and I'm going to go out of my way and make a 3-hour-long video about why this is a bad person and nobody else should follow them. What are we doing? Why are you spending 3 hours of your day? Nobody asked you to do that. You're not getting paid for it. It's not going to help you at all. We have this tendency to inject ourselves into places that don't need us to be there. And we do that on a small scale too. So to answer your question, how do we let it all go? You recognize where it actually belongs, right? You did some stuff in the past. We all have. Are you still doing that shit today? If the answer is yes, then how can you let it go if it's a part of you? If the person who did those things is no longer who you are today, then those things don't belong to you anymore. Your body might have to still pay for it, but you are not your body. You are not your activity and your behavior. You're not the things that you do. Right? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years ago, I was absolutely not the same person. Absolutely not the same person. In fact, 10 years ago, the person that I was, I wouldn't be friends with. I wouldn't be close friends with the people I was 10 years ago, with the person I was 10 years ago. I wouldn't necessarily like myself. I was immature. I was undeveloped. I had a lot of assumptions and weird beliefs, and just like anybody else, I would not really be my friend from a year ago. I'd try to help like I try to help anybody, but I wouldn't really consider 10 years ago me a good friend. I wouldn't want to hang out with 10 years ago me. So for me to continue to allow myself to suffer for the decisions that 10 years ago me made, that's foolish. Because I didn't do that stuff. I wouldn't do that. I didn't do this stuff. This is not me.
Robert, stop it. Y'all quit playing. Quit playing. Robert. I didn't do this stuff. This is not me. Y'all, I'm fighting for my life. Y'all killing me with this.
Y'all killing me with this shit. Right? I didn't do this stuff. That's how you let go. You recognize that. You understand. You realize that. You don't just say it. You realize it. Louis says Manly P. Hall and the Bhagavad Gita mention being a good person dissolves karma. Yeah, and I'm sure that there's more to it. Right. I'm at no point did I say that that's not true. I'm sure that there's more to it that I didn't say, but yeah. I think ultimately even those who don't know anything know that being a good person is a good thing to do. It's useful and appropriate. It serves yourself and it serves the ecosystem. So absolutely. Pathology. I gotta not forget that next time. Framestar Film says, but then an intention of giving to get might create another level also. So it's an unconditional intention is what's needed. A purity that I'm not even sure a monk can achieve, but at least it's a start. Right. It's a start. But yeah, there's physical good karma that could incur negative mental karma. Authenticity is the way. Louis said, I used to snap so easily. So proud of myself now. Awesome. I know, and see, yes, that is wonderful, right? Because it takes effort to change. I'm actually getting tired of hearing myself say most people, but from my experience, most people don't really seek to change. They seek to keep doing what they do. So it's always great to see somebody who's self-realized enough, right? Like I said, I wouldn't really hang out with myself 10 years ago. Toasty says, I'm so energetically sensitive that very thought, feeling, or emotion I perceive, I ask, who does this belong to? Oh, yeah. I know what you mean. Chicano's Fighting for Higher Learning says, you're my imaginary best friend. I'm glad you changed. And hey, I'm with the other imaginary friends who are rooting for your success, who are cheering you on the sidelines. Love you, Trav. Love you too, Zero. Fighting for my motherfucking life. Deja Divine Jewel says, I thought I had it all together. How wrong I was. I had it all wrong. Yeah, right? And that's the growth, right? I was so surprised to learn that our brains are not fully developed deep into our 30s, all the way to the 40s. Our brains are not fully developed. I was surprised to learn that. And I could see that looking back. I was immature for most of my life. I was a little knucklehead for most of my life. Now, I still knew some stuff and I still made some good decisions, but ultimately I could tell that my wisdom didn't really start to set in until much later. And it makes sense if the brain, especially the male body brain, right, is a little bit slower to develop than the female body brain. Joe Itama says, imagine if the world was perfect, what would you be doing right now? Exactly this. Like the world, If the world was perfect, I would be right here doing this, and you would be right here making that same comment. If the world was perfect, because the world is perfect. And even if there were no negative, bad things, I would still be doing this. Maybe on the astral plane. Louis says, skeet. Well, if the world was perfect, we wouldn't need to skeet. We would all be in a constant state of bliss. Or not. Rosa Flame says, seems for most it's just the level of work that it would take to make the real serious changes needed. So instead, there is minimal or none. Easier to change your hair, wardrobe, or bio section than the real type. Absolutely. Absolutely. I used to get so mad, right, when I was younger. I would think that I changed, so I would dress different or do something different. And my dad never bought it, ever. That used to piss me off, right? Because I'd be like, yeah, I'm different. I've changed. I'm Christian now, and I'm going to church, or whatever little change I had. He never, ever bought it, not once. That used to piss me off so much. My baby mama was like that, too. She could see me and the fact that I wasn't really changed. I just wanted to appear as such. And even though those aren't necessarily... Those are probably my two least favorite people in the universe. It's good to have somebody like that on your side because they can check you when you think you're doing something. Sometimes, hell, always, it's good to have balance. But sometimes people in your corner who you might not necessarily like, sometimes they're actually very useful and appropriate for you. I thought I was doing something. Boy, I bought myself a little silver Jesus piece, bought me a chain, cut my hair nice and neat. I'm wearing a little tie and a button-up shirt. I'm a Christian now. I got my Bible in my hand. I'm a Christian now. My baby mama said, oh, you on the Jesus kick now. It's not a Jesus kick. I'm really a Christian. I used to get pissed, boy. But that's good, right? That's good. Because if you claim something, then you should expect to be checked. That should be a off-top expectation. Anyways, where are we at? Momentum, not punishment. The collective archive. All currents mingle. Individual memories weave into a shared field. We call that the Akashic record, the planetary mind. Every act, every thought, and emotion contributes to this living tapestry. Nothing is lost. Nothing is private. All becomes part of the whole. So you might see this happening with technology. Privacy seems to be dissolving. But what if I told you privacy was an illusion in the first place? Reality doesn't go anywhere except its natural state. Nature doesn't go anywhere but its natural state. Oh, but computers, and we should be outside with trees, and we need to be barefoot in the grass. We should be talking with people face to face. Were you there for the beginning? Is that how it started? Were you there 240 grandmas ago, 40 grandmas ago, 4 grandmas ago? What if we're coming out of weirdness and into normality? Right? What if? Ultimately, all that matters is, what do you know about yourself? What do you know about yourself right now? And are you moving towards a deeper knowledge of self? That's all that matters. Everything else hopefully is also asking that question, but oy vey. All currents mingle. Nothing is lost, nothing is private. All becomes part of the whole. Each soul is a sentence in the universe's diary. Automatically, systematically. Pattern works. Successful motion repeats automatically. It's the reason why we all have teeth in the way that we do, right? We've all got the molars in the back, incisors in the front. Why is that? Because that pattern works. We're not the only creatures that have a setup like that. So whatever you're seeing that exists today is evidence of success. Whatever you're seeing that exists today is evidence of success, because if it wasn't, it would not be permitted to continue. Freedom created. Automation frees consciousness for new exploration. Instinct serves. Our automatic responses divine function. Our automatic responses serve the same divine function. Habit is the servant of creativity. Breaking the circuit. Repetition imprisons. It can also help, right? It's all perspective. It can be your ceiling or it can be your foothold. But what repetition most certainly does is it carves a limitation. Limitation is necessary for growth. Chicano's fighting for higher learning. Have a good night. Chicano says, all right, I'm out for the count. Louis, you're a killer with them jokes. Absolutely. Have a good night, my friend. We're going to wrap it up after this, everybody. It is kind of late. Almost there. Pause creates space, or initiation interrupts. Pause creates space. Transformation begins. The microcosmic mirror. Cosmic memory is the collective unconscious of the divine. The cosmic will, the logos awakening within you. And the auto reactions, your subconscious habits and reflexes. Remember, every time you see 3, there you will find the gunas, Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. The pattern is reflected at every level of existence. Every level of existence. You are the universe teaching itself to think. As above, so below. Ethical resonance. Every living act leaves a living current in space. Speech, emotion, and intent shape the shared field that all beings inhabit. All beings inhabit. Your ripples touch distant shores. Your patterns influence unseen lives. Responsibility is the awareness of consequence in motion. What you repeat, you make real for all. So it's not just you. You imprint these changes in the environment. Technically, yes, it is just you. It's only you. But as we're playing this game, you realize that there are other people who also believe that they're playing this game. So be mindful of what you create. The spiral of learning. Motion creates memory. Every action imprints itself into the cosmic field. Memory guides motion. Past members reshape present tendencies. Consciousness elevates. Awareness transforms both memory and motion. Higher turn. Each cycle returns at an elevated spiral. So yes, it is going around in a circle like a clock, but it's moving. So with every turn, you know how that goes. Evolution is repetition raised to reflection. Beautiful picture, beautiful colors. Closing reflection. Cosmic memory. This is the preservation of continuity across time and space. Auto reaction sustains rhythm and enables divine efficiency. Consciousness transforms both into vehicles of evolution. Remember what Dion Fortune said, consciousness is reaction and memory. Together, these three forces keep the cosmos alive, learning, and eternally becoming. To remember consciously is to evolve eternally. And there we have it, my friends. The end of tonight's study. Very well. Good for you. Good job. Good job. We did it. We did it, Joe. We did it, Joe. Deja Divine Jewel says, I thank you, TQ Trav. You've always clicked on the light bulb hanging over my head, just like Brother Panic. Your breakdowns pull it all together. My pleasure. Glad to be of assistance. For the culture, peace, peace, my friend. Peace, peace. All right, all right, all right. So we did it. That was great. We'll be back here next time. As per Rosa Flame, I will do everything in my power to be a little bit earlier, for sure. At least the time that I claim to be live. That'd be nice. Welcome to the new season. Welcome to the new season. Framestar says, by being consumers, we are unintentionally complicit in the death of others. Natural born killers with the weight of our conciseness to drag behind, weight of our consciousness to drag behind us. Sorry, I know how bleak that sounds. It's true, right? It's true. And again, like it's all a game. Not in that it has to be taken lightly, but a game has rules and things that come with it, right? It's a story that has a history. If we are soldiers at war, someone has to die. Sometimes it's us, sometimes it's the enemy. But that's the game of war. Good times, good times. At least that. 8 o'clock. All right. Matthew Watson says, I have to say these lessons bring me a true level of inner peace. I've been taking years to cultivate these. Our special Trav, I appreciate this. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. All right. Good stuff. So we are out. Hope everyone has a great evening. Appreciate you being here always. Thank you so much. Be good to yourselves. You don't have to suffer. You don't have to suffer. You don't have to suffer. Maintain your frame. Stop injecting yourself into situations that don't require your opinion. Raj Ram. Peace, peace. All right, so I got to get back to Goatia stuff. I might check out this new Fortnite map. And, yeah, man. Life is good. Life is good. I can't complain. Can't complain. Life used to suck. Life used to suck. And everything used to suck, man. Everything used to suck. I used to be unhappy, depressed. I used to be lonely. And like I said in my video last time, man, like it hit me, dude. It's a point where you are so down every day, right? You walk around with your head down, stuff ain't going right. And I realized it's people around me. It's people who see me every day, see me hurting, and don't lift a finger, don't offer a word of encouragement. None of that shit, boy. That pissed me off. But then I realized, you know what? It shouldn't piss me off. Because a lot of these people are hurting too. A lot of these people are hurting too, and they can't figure out how to fix themselves. So what can they do for me? There comes a point where you got to stand up and fix yourself, man. There comes a point where what Jesus say, physician, heal thyself. Sometimes you got to stand up and fix yourself. And I'm glad that I did instead of waiting on somebody. I can say that life is good. Life is good. I don't wake up dreading the day, man. I wake up, do what the fuck I want, man. And no matter what comes, I find something to smile about, that's for sure. And I wish that for you. It's not hard. It's around the corner. If you're not there yet, it's around the corner. All right. All right. Marwa Fakir. Peace, peace. Good to see you, Marwa. Y'all remember the first go, the chat would slow down a lot as we got a few hours in. Could be that it's not the easiest material. Yeah, I do notice that the numbers are pretty dang consistent lately. I can't believe that so many people are this interested in the Cosmic Doctrine. I'm not going to complain. I am that I am. Peace. Peace, peace. All right, y'all. That's it for me. That's it for me. Magician card. That's your Thomas. High Priestess card. That's your Sattva. Fool. That's your Rajas. Father, mother, child. Find them in your environment. Communicate with them. Attempt to organize them. See you next time. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you. Peace.